This is a little crazy.
I would like to reconvene this meeting of the Glendora City Council now at 7 p.m. Tonight, our invocation will be led by the Reverend Dr. Hillary Chrisley of the Glendora United Methodist Church, and our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by our City Attorney, Bill Winder. At this time, I would invite everyone who is able to please stand.
Mayor Davis, Bill, the city attorney was knocked out of the meeting, so if you don't mind, I'm happy to lead the pledge.
Okay, we can do so after the invocation. I was waiting for Pastor Chrisley.
Are we ready? Let me invite you to please join me in prayer. As we gather this evening, oh God, we thank you for your presence with us, and we turn to you with open hearts. We humbly ask for your blessings on our community as we start this new school year. And we ask your blessings on friends and teachers, custodians and administrators, parents, drivers and guardians. Bless our schools and everyone working together to keep each other safe. And be with us as we travel each day, for those riding to school and for those in the traffic around our schools. And may the new beginning of the school year remind us all that you give us chances to start over and over again. Help us all to make the most of every chance we have to start fresh. And help us to listen when we should, and to know the best words when we speak, and when it is better not to speak. So may your love, your divine friendship, and your encompassing acceptance guide and inspire our council and these proceedings, that our community may grow and thrive in your grace in and through all things. Amen.
Amen.
Mayor Davis, William Winder has joined the meeting.
Mr. Winder, if you will please lead us in the pledge.
I am sorry to be late, but I am pleased to do so. Those of you who can stand, stand. Those of you who can, place your hands over your heart, and let's repeat together. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Pastor Chrisley, and thank you, Mr. Winder. That takes us to student reports, which this evening we have none. Next is reordering of or additions to the agenda. Does anyone wish to reorder or have any additions for the agenda?
Oh,
Okay, hearing none, that takes us to public comments. This time I will open the public comment time and invite members of the public to address the city council. You are invited to speak for 3 minutes on items both on and off the agenda. If you wish to request to speak, please select the raise hand icon in Zoom and you will be called on in order. Madam City Clerk, have we received any written public comments?
Yes, we have received several written comments to be read into the record. At this time, I will read the first one. It says, to Glendora City Council, I appreciate you taking our requests and concerns seriously. This was an important issue to us. I truly feel it makes our alleys safer for a variety of reasons. Thank you for your unanimous vote. No parkings in alleys. Good day, Heidi J. 40 MSN RN/BC. And the next one is for public comment as well. And it says, dear Glendora City Council members, thank you for taking our request to into consideration and for passing the no parking in alleys ordinance. I took to the street and obtained signatures from my neighbors. I met many new people and had conversations with each of them regarding this issue. Most people were not aware that the inconvenience of blocking cars access through the alleys wasn't allowed. People I met avoided alleys altogether for this reason. Some people felt unsafe while walking their dogs alone at night, thinking somebody could hide behind parked cars. In short, everyone had an opinion and wanted this to pass, and therefore signed the petition. I personally want to thank you for following through with this. It means a lot to our community. Sincerely, Carrie Shepherd. No parking at alleyways. Karen, Gary, Mendel, David, Michael, along with over 150 of our neighbors, thank you again for your unanimous vote for no parking in alleys. They will be clear from our cars, our kids on bikes and strollers with toddlers in tow. We are a walking neighborhood. No cars or obstructions also gives the community a much better appearance at no cost. We look forward to it very, very much. We are already thinking about some landscape upgrades to make them more attractive for those that will now utilize these areas as walking paths. Perhaps a few benches on our own properties, of course. We will make it a nice place to gather. Thank you for making our future better in both function and appeal. Our votes taking our concerns to heart and are appreciated and noticed. Melody Bennett. And then I have one more, and it says alleyway parking. Hello, distinguished city council members. I'm writing in response to the city council's vote enacting regulatory changes for alley parking. The letter sent on behalf of the city on August 3rd left me unclear as to whether or not the alley adjacent to my home at 119 South Minnesota Avenue meets the requirements for an exemption. Like many of our neighbors, we regularly use the space behind our garage to park overnight. As you are aware, our alley intersects with the east-west alley at the north end. Even without any cars in the alley, large service vehicles such as fire engines, trash trucks, and large city service trucks are unable to make the turn. As a result, they enter the alley from the south and must back out the same way they came in. I have witnessed them do this effortlessly while cars are parked in the alley with plenty of clearance. I would like to formally request an exemption to continue alley parking for the 100 South block between Wabash and Minnesota. I have attached a neighborhood petition signed by the majority of the residents on this block. While I was not able in the short time since being notified to speak with every neighbor, there was not a single neighbor I spoke with that was opposed to seeking an exemption to continue our current alley parking. Every single resident that I came in contact with signed the attached petition, with the exception of a resident at 134 South Wabash who abstained due to the fact that they were a city employee. I believe we have met the requirement for a site inspection. I appreciate your time and consideration of this request. Please let me know if there is anything else you need from me. Thank you for your service and dedication to the city and its residents. Sincerely, Matt Wallace. Okay. And those are all of the correspondence received, and we have 3 raised hands. I'll call on Claudia's iPad.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Awesome. Thanks, guys, for having this meeting. I do have a couple questions. I know the original mandate or ordinance was struck in 1956 or 1957, I heard on the first meeting. I'm sure the demographics have changed since then, so I'm sure it was single income, single licensed driver per household. I'm sure most of the residents in the city are now multiple income, multiple driver households. Before we put these changes into effect, was that taken into consideration? I know most garages are either single or 2-car garage, but if you got a 3 licensed drivers within one household with an alley, not a driveway, I mean, it kind of puts us in a pickle, if I may say it that way. And I remember mentioning that sanitation was an issue due to the alley being blocked. Every Monday that the trash comes through my alley, everybody clears out. The street sweeper's only been down my alley, I think, once in 14 years. So I know it can't be a street sweeper issue. I'm just wondering what brought this about, if it was complaints from sanitation or just a nosy neighbor who's got nothing better to do. But if a trash truck can get through with people in it, there's plenty of clearance more than 10 feet, but multiple income and multiple driver households are going to be really impacted by anybody who lives on the alley this way. And I just want to make sure that was taken into consideration 100%. You guys have any response to that?
During public comment is the time for you to speak.
I'm pretty much done. I don't really have anything else to say. I mean, before I stick my foot in my mouth, but just that multiple income and multiple driver families are really going to suffer if it's a 1-car garage or a 2-car garage. And, you know, who can afford to pay $25 a week for overnight parking? You know what I mean? So you can go ahead and end my comments now and respond if you'd like. I'm done.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is iPad. We're going to send you a request to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. You have 3
Okay.
minutes.
I've never done Zoom before, sorry.
That's okay.
I live on Carroll between Vista Bonita and the alley between Wabash, but I'm closer to Vista Bonita. And I got this letter and, you know, I saw it and immediately I kind of freaked out. My house doesn't have a driveway. I've owned my house now since 2011, and we've always just parked on the side of the house, and it kind of goes into the alley. Part of it's my property and part of it's not. So we're actually above Carroll Avenue, between that one. And I didn't know if that was included in this proposed exemption because it said it was from like Carroll to Ada Street. But what about the alley above it? Most of us don't have any driveways or anything. So there really is no other spot for me to park. Now, I know, you know, the concern was emergency vehicles being able to get through and the whole 10-foot clearance and everything. I went out and measured my car and there's more than 10 feet. The trash trucks have all come down this alley with all of our cars there. There's never been any issue. I've had emergency vehicles come up between it, never had any issues with our cars there. So I just want that to be taken into consideration for an exemption, just because some of us, and I live alone, I only have 1 car at my house, but I have nowhere else to park. The only parking spot is this alley spot, and it's kind of partially on my property, partially on the street. So I just didn't really know what's going to be, you know, happen to us or what we're going to have to do now, because I really have no other options. So that was just my thing. I've tried to email, I think it was Adam something before, about seeing if I could get an exemption, and I haven't heard back. I sent a couple emails to see if someone can come out and look at the site and see if I would be exempt or not. So I just really wanted to put that on record that this alley should be exempt too, not only below Carroll to Ada, but above Carroll too, because it's really not obstructing everything. Everyone stays very close to their house and their property, and there's more than enough clearance. So that's really all I wanted to add, to be taken into consideration, that above Carroll, that alleyway between Vista Bonita and Wabash be recognized as well, please. And that's all.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Now we're going to call Sarah Landowski. You'll
Hi.
receive. Oh, you're unmuted. We can hear you.
Oh, yes, it's your turn, Deb. Go ahead. I'm Cole Landowski. This is my daughter, Sarah. And we we have the alley at Burnaby and Gladstone. We have 3 cars. One car parks in the garage, and there's I don't know if my daughter has a picture, but there's a cement parking space that extends several feet away from the rear wall of the house to the line of the alley, and that my 2 children, both working, park in that concrete area, not in the alley. But I do have some concerns for parking for this alley, because it on the north side, it faces Gladstone Street, And we don't think Gladstone Street does not allow overnight parking. And it's probably unsafe to park there. We've had cars sideswiped in front of our house at 1038 East Gladstone. So I think I've never seen a problem with the trash truck coming in and out. So I don't think it's an issue as far as emergency vehicles or the trash truck. And especially for the north side, you know, there's 80% on the south side of the alley. There's Heather, was it Heather Street?
Yeah, Heather Street.
And they could probably park on Heather Street, but I don't think parking on Gladstone is tenable. And also, my wife and I are of limited mobility, and to have 20 minutes, then drive somewhere and walk back, we really can't do it. So I think there should be an exemption. In fact, I don't think I'm violating because we're not in the alley. And there's something that bothers me, that some of the neighbors' houses, rear walls extend all the way to the asphalt, which is the alleyway, which is in very bad condition, by the way. The alleyway is in very bad condition, the asphalt. We believe that on the north side, people park, but where are they going to park if you know, you have to get a permit and you can't park on Gladstone? And there are people, like say families with 3 cars, which someone originally said this area is like 1956 when families had 1 car, maybe 2, and there's garages, but we have 3 cars and we can't put all 3 in the garage. It's a 2-car garage. And we have a concrete extension out, like a parking area that my daughter made a picture of, that is where they park. They're not in the alleyway.
Okay.
So our time's up. Sorry, that's up, what I gotta say.
Thank you. Do we have any other individuals with their hands up?
We have no other requests.
Okay, thank you. Well, then I will close public comment time. And for those individuals asking questions about item 20, when we get to item 20 on the agenda tonight, we can respond to some of those issues. So thank you very much for attending tonight and speaking on that matter.
The mayor, if I can, just really quickly,
Sure.
Ms. Parsons, who called in and sent her email, just wanted to let her know through our email exchanges, we did follow through. One of her specific issues is on the PowerPoint presentation later this evening for that city council will go through, and the individuals who just spoke sent an email earlier today. We haven't had a chance to incorporate that specific request yet, but I know the chief's on the call and we'll go over all known requests we have to date during that presentation. So those on the call who can't hang out till this evening, please know if you send an email to alleyparking@cityofglendora.org. We've documented your concerns and we'll discuss those during item 20.
Thank you. That takes us to member statements and reports. Councilmember Thompson.
Madam Mayor, thank you, and appreciate having the chance to share. As everyone knows, school will be starting in just a matter of hours, and the pastor prayed a beautiful prayer over the safety of every child, every school, the teachers, administrators, and I want to echo that and wish everybody just a wonderful year of going back to school. Hope that everybody slows down and is aware that students are anxious to see their friends and get to school, and it's up to us to watch out. So trust that everything goes well. Everybody stays well, and everybody has a great year. I have a Gold Line update. As most of you know, I'm on the Gold Line Authority Board, and I often give little updates on this, but I have a video that the city clerk is going to show now. So without further ado, I hope that she can cue that up and everybody can enjoy it.
Mendel, were you planning, we thought you were planning on doing that under your council item.
No, hey Kathleen, that's not his council item.
All right, just a second.
Okay.
Be real quick, Councilman.
Oh, that's okay. Just while you're going there, just some updates. Lorraine will be open on August the 31st. They ran into a problem with plumbing, and so that has held them back. Tomorrow through Saturday, there's going to be a significant amount of rail dropped off along the railroad path. And so that's an interesting thing to see, but crossings are going to be held up. So just be aware of that. And it looks like that the video is ready to go. So Kathleen, go ahead. Kathleen, thank you for sharing that with us. As all of you can see, there's a lot to build this. Bridges, storm drains, wiring, freight line, railroad, knocking things down. It's a pretty incredible thing to see. 39% of all of the crossings are done. Budget is right where it should be. In fact, it's under. And as far as timing goes, we're ahead of where we should be. And so I think that's good. Lorraine, I already talked about that. And I believe that would be all that I have. If there's questions, please feel free to ask me, or my contact stuff is on the city website, and I would be more than happy to reach out and answer whatever questions that anybody had. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Friedendahl.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mendel, I can't help but notice that tractor thing knocked down that warehouse wall pretty quickly.
That's pretty impressive, wasn't it?
Those laborers would really be crying right now for all their work.
They would be.
Put
Yeah.
the building. I would like to acknowledge several things this evening. And as many of us know, that back in April, the City Council established a resolution to create the Glendora Medal of Merit. I'm pleased to announce that the first 2 Medals of Merit were awarded in the last 2 weeks to both to Eagle Scouts in local Glendora Scout troops. The first to a Scout in Troop 489 and the second to a Scout in Troop 486. So congratulations to those well-deserving Eagle Scouts. Another thing I'd like to share is a great shout out and to recognize our community services staff for their tremendous effort, energies, and support in creating our summer programs for the concerts in the park and the movies in the park. The staff was there each week without fail and greatly subscribed to. So certainly the support staff of that entire department, their team, and their sponsors are tremendous, and we thank them very much. Lastly, this past weekend, we enjoyed a comeback of the flashback event, the car show, music event, foodie event, and get out and see everybody in town. Tremendous event sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce and the Kiwanis Clubs. And they had an army of volunteers made up of the normal faces, of course, and some new faces, but thanks to all of them. And again, to our city staff who spent their time to support opportunities to present to us, the residents, visuals on new things coming to town. So in parklets, how to deal with the bus plaza and Maida avenues. Water department was there telling us the value of conserving water. Public Works was there with some programs. So just a shout out to the entire staff and team for continuing to keep us informed. Important things going on in town. Thank you for all that. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Elawaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Over the past weeks, I've been reached out to from various businesses about the American Rescue Plan and any plans to deliver any of the monies that they know that both the city and the county have received. And so I had reached out and got some information back actually today from the county. The county had approved $975 million in expenditures for the American Rescue Plan. And they have this basically in 2 phases, 2 tranches. And the first one is for $567.9 million on about 34 programs. Most of them have to do with housing, and there is some rental assistance that is in here. And the rental assistance is $13.75 million. You stop to think about this, over 10 million folks out there in the county, that's not a lot of money. And I was pretty much assured this is going to be more of a first come, first serve, and that the chambers in the county are going to be probably some of the first to know what's going on with that. And so with that, and then the next one, they have no idea when they're going to start the program. I tried to ask, and there is no date certain for this. We're hoping before the end of the year, but we don't know. And then we have obviously the second tranche or the second phase that will come, and that will be addressing some business items as well. And so that will be hopefully a good sight for the businesses. It'd be nice if it was a little sooner, but perhaps not. So with that, I wanted to ask our city manager when we will be distributing or talking at our city council meeting the funds that we received from the feds, and when we're going to discuss distribution.
Sure. Happy to do so. As we mentioned during our 2-year adoption of our budget, the final interim guidelines to spend the money have been updated, and it looks like we'll have interim guidelines with updated FAQs moving forward. The county's money, because of the size, follows a little different process, a little different reporting requirements, same as the state. The state also has rental programs. So currently staff is evaluating the existing capital projects we have. Business community needs. Have been working with the chamber for the past 3 months, trying to get a better understanding of what local businesses need and how we can best help. We'll be meeting with the chamber in September on that front and coming back before the city council, as we talked about during the 2-year budget process in October. And at that time, we'll look at and provide options for spending the $3.75 million we'll receive this year, in addition to the $3.75 million next year. So look for that in October. And again, our meeting with our chamber is in September. And for those people watching, state of California for a rental assistance program for homes, not businesses, is up and running. And in the city of Glendora, they've provided about $600,000 in rental assistance, which is in addition to the about $300,000 the city's already provided. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. And I too would like to convey my appreciation for the folks doing the flashback. Our Glendora PD, we had no issues. And our auxiliary out there, they're out there in force, they did a wonderful job. I believe there was no issues that were out there as well. And special thanks to Joe Cena and to Matt Bartlett that actually spearheaded this, and all the volunteers. They did an amazing job. Everyone had a great time. And it looks like that we may have had some record numbers out there from folks being cooped up. That's all, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
Sure, thanks, Karen. You know, everybody's mentioned a lot of the events that we've had since the last time we had a chance to get together. It's great to see Glendora out and about, and everybody getting to visit with each other again. Nobody mentioned we did have the night on the plaza for the library back on July 17th. It's been that long since we got together, and that again was another huge success. Kudos to the Library Friends Foundation and all the volunteers that participated in that, and everybody that was out that night. I do need to give us a little bit of an update on, I am involved in a lot of the water committees for the region, and it's something that we need to be talking about on a regular basis. The lack of water this past year has been dire. And we had a situation in Southern California where Metropolitan Water actually had a record amount of water in storage to prepare for when the next drought came. We weren't expecting it quite this soon, but one of the things that happens when you prepare is that other people look at that and go, well, you guys have plenty of water, so we don't need to deliver as much to you as we have in the past. So allocations of water that we may be getting from the Colorado River or from the aqueduct system is probably going to be lower than it has been in the past. One of the things I discovered that was extremely interesting to me is even though our snow, we love the rain, we love when it rains, but most of our water comes from our snowpack. That's what we're looking for, the snowpacks in the Colorado Rockies and the Sierra Madre, the mountains here in California. And the one thing that I have learned that has happened these past couple of years that's really interesting, it's an interesting phenomena, is that the amount of snow that we have gotten has been less than normal. But even more importantly, the amount of water that melts from that snow and ends up in our rivers and streams and reservoirs has been less than what it normally is. Only about 32% of the water that the snowpack created ended up making it to our reservoirs where we have the ability to use it. Because of past dry years and the fact that it's been extremely hot, a large portion of that water evaporates and gets soaked into the ground up in the mountains. And so we never get the opportunity to use it. So start conserving voluntarily the best you can. Our farmers in the Central California are really suffering. If you've driven through the Central Valley, it's sad to see some of the situations up there, but we are going to be having some mandatory conservation efforts. It's coming our way. So as Glendorans always do, let's get ahead of the game and do a good job as soon as we can. Mendel mentioned school's back to in session tomorrow. Everybody drive safe. It's great that the kids are going to be starting back, but you know, this is one of those years. This is going to be the start of a school year, unlike anything that any of us has ever seen. The most important thing that we can do is make sure that our kids have a great experience in their school year. So there's a lot of controversy. There's a lot of conversations going on about what we should or should not be doing. But let's just keep in mind in the back of our heads, we need to make sure that our kids have a good year and do everything we can possibly do to support the schools this year. I did want to share something that I haven't shared with other council members yet, but we had an opportunity at one board that I'm on to go back to live meetings. We all talk about the fact we'd like to get back to live meetings and have all of us in the council chambers again. And as we know, we're under, you know, a series of mask mandates for indoor events. And whether you like it or not, that's the law. That's what we have to do. Well, we made a decision at one of the boards to go back to live meetings and tried to do a hybrid type meeting. And I got to tell you, it was not a good experience. We had issues with those of us that were in the room live, understanding each other because we had the mask on and it muffled the sound. We kept having to ask people to repeat themselves. A lot of times you didn't know who was talking because a mask is covering the mouth. And if you don't see the mouth moving, you hear a voice coming from a certain direction. And we had a conversation with the people that were hybrid on Zoom at the end of the meeting, and the majority of them told us that they really had a tough time hearing a lot of what was being said in the meeting that was live, and they missed out on a lot of the subject matter that was necessary. So as much as we would like to get back to live meetings, just understand we want to get back to them as much as the public wants to get back to live meetings, but we want to make sure that we're having meetings that everybody can participate in and understand. And that hybrid meeting it just was not a good experience. So just my opinion, I'm sharing it with my colleagues. Last question is, Adam, I have a question for you. Before we took our break, we had made a decision to reach out to District Attorney Gascon in order to address some of the issues that we have and we know our residents are concerned about. And I'm just wondering if we have received any kind of response. And if so, can you give us an update on where we are with that?
Yeah, happy to do so. I think your timing is very, very good. Last week, we don't have an official letter from them, but we received two separate communications from the DA's office. One is a confirmation that they're looking at all our existing cases that were decided not to be filed to see if anything could be. And secondarily, we received a request for a special advisor to the DA to meet with the city, the police department, the mayor, and the city manager's office to discuss the letter we sent, programs and potential funding. So that meeting is scheduled, I think, for the next 2 weeks, sometime in the next 2 weeks. I don't have that date off the top of my head, and be happy to update the city council. I see the chief hopping on right now. Chief, do you happen to have that date offhand?
I am looking for it right now. Stand by just one. I don't have it. I'll report back when I get to my quarterly. I'll have it by then.
Perfect.
Okay, appreciate it, Adam, but it's something we need to keep that conversation going and make sure that the DA's office knows that we have some serious concerns with a lot of things that are going on. So I appreciate that effort by everybody involved. That's all I had. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you. And as my colleagues have said, school is starting up, so good luck to everyone. Remember that children thrive best with support and stability, so provide that in whatever way you can. And also, September 11th will mark the 20th anniversary since the 9/11 events. And so we will be having our annual remembrance service at 8:46 a.m. on Saturday, the 11th, in front of City Hall. So we invite the community to join us for that time when we pause and reflect on those events. And with that, I turn it over to the city manager for any reports.
Just quickly, the meeting with the DA's office is September 2nd. Thank you, Moises, for sending that along. And just, we've been updating the city council on the installation of the parklets and the BID. We received word today that they are finally heading off the boat and should be in town this week. We believe the implementation and starting of building will happen Monday. I know Stephen's on the phone call, and we have staff stand by and several other groups helping us to make sure they're done before we head into the weekend. So if we have to be out there with our tool belts and wrenches and all tools, we'll do that as well. And just a sincere thank you from me to Jeff. You, Stephen, and your staff have done a tremendous job, and we're looking forward to having those installed. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, did you have anything to report?
I do not, but thank you.
Sure. Right, that takes us to special items. COVID-19 reopening of the economy update. Mr. Raymond.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Make my comments as brief as possible. I know we have a public hearing that we're about to head into, and we have a couple other updated items. As we mentioned before we left for our summer break, there's a lot of news surrounding vaccination mandates. There's a lot of news surrounding the new rules. LA County Department of Public Health issued their new guidelines yesterday. Included in those guidelines is an overview of a mega event, both indoor and outdoor. And so one of the biggest changes of late is that all outdoor events of more than 10,000 people, the event organizers must take vaccination proof and or proof of a negative test, and it can no longer be a self-certification. It actually has to be documentation. Similarly, effective September 20th, all indoor events of more than 1,000 people must also do the same process. The county late last night also issued guidelines for youth sports, which mandates testing from K through 12 grades. For certain sports, the list of the sports is an Appendix S. We have passed that out to our sports groups and understand that the requirements set forth by the county are pretty significant, and we'll do our best to work with all of our youth groups. Just a quick overview for everyone. While the state does not require indoor masking for everyone, they do in certain categories, but in LA County and about half the counties in the state of California, an indoor masking requirement is there for both individuals who are vaccinated and those who are not. Additionally, yesterday morning on the vaccination front, Pfizer announced they received full FDA approval for their vaccination. And with that, we expect to see a continued conversation at the state, county, and local level of agencies mandated certain vaccinations for employees. The city has not made that request to date. We do have some employees that are impacted through both the state and potentially county orders, and continually work with them and our employee groups to make sure everyone's on the same page. So we continue to watch all the requirements. We encourage people, if you have questions, please don't hesitate to call us. And just really keep your mind and eyes out this week as we move forward with potential additional vaccine mandates for certain businesses or business groups. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Police Department quarterly update. Chief Egan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll get started, dive right in. First slide, please. Talk about three things real quick tonight, high level and some updates. First up is flock cameras, just where we're at with the process, what it looks like, few outreach items that we're going to endeavor, and just kind of a general look at what it looks like. In the last couple of weeks, we did some South Hills homeless camp engagement and cleanup. I've got some documents from that, some pictures and some stats of our successes. And then finally, that's the theme this evening, back to school. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our safe driving pledge and our effort that you'll see extra police officers out and about starting tomorrow morning. Next slide, please. First off, flock cameras. Remember, this came to council a few months back seeking approval. Flock cameras are automated license plate readers. This alerts police to stolen cars, felony vehicles, missing person vehicles. It's an added safety measure for our community. It's meant to dissuade criminal activity. Hopefully, criminals that are coming into town will think otherwise, or will get caught after the fact if they come into town and they commit a crime and they leave Glendora through one of the main thoroughfares and get caught in this dragnet of cameras, so to speak. We'll be able to follow up with the license plate of that car and investigate those crimes in a diligent manner. It also sets us up for success for a city-to-city contiguous net of cameras. Out here in the Eastern San Gabriel Valley, many agencies have gone to them. Azusa to the west, Covina to the south, San Dimas to the east, all have cameras that are in place and up and operational. Glendora is that missing link that fills us in for that port of the county. So think of it like this: if a car comes in, commits a residential burglary, it's a very distinctive car with a license plate that we don't know, but a neighbor or witness describes that car, and there's some unique identifiers. We can search the system using our data, Azusa's data, Covina's data, San Dimas's data, and look for that vehicle passing through that camera system. And with a little bit of luck and a whole lot of patience and cameras, we may be able to get that license plate, figure out who that car belongs to, and work that crime. Next slide, please. So time for install, that's generally what we're looking at right now. Permitting process is done and completed. Some areas will require some concrete cutting and also some installation of cement. These will be standalone. They don't go on signal poles. They will not be affixed to any power poles or Edison poles or anything like that. Nothing that is infrastructure related. They're standalone. They're solar powered. They look exactly as you see right there. They'll vary in heights depending on what the land topography or what we're trying to capture, if there's any obstacles. We've already done some community outreach where we're going to place some near some homes, but they won't be capturing, obviously, homes. They'll be capturing the roadway in front of those homes. Next slide, please. As I said, will be the link between those three cities, east, south, and west of us. For community awareness and concern, as we get to the point where we are putting them into place and switching them on, we're going to leverage Flock public relations and messaging. They have their own social media and public relations department, talk about how they work, what they do, what they produce. We're also going to do our own internal messaging for the public, talk about that it's still pictures only. There's no video. We don't capture what people are doing in cars. You can't even really make out what the driver, or if there's multiple people in cars. It does capture the license plate, and it captures specific vehicle characteristics, like say a mismatched color of a panel, particular large sticker on a back window, something noticeable like that, maybe a ladder rack. The data that's kept is only kept for 30 days and then it's scrubbed from the system. We don't keep the data. The data is kept by Flock cameras offsite and a secure cloud storage. If we need to download that data for evidence, then the evidence rules take over because it becomes part of a criminal investigation. So all of the unused data is dumped. Next slide, please. Here's an example of what the dashboard looks like. So this is obviously grabbing from City of San Dimas and City of Covina. You'll notice that that top one is a stolen car. I've blocked out the license plate, but you can make out that there's a white car and there's a blue pickup truck. It'll GPS map through using Google Maps an location identifier where it was shown and which direction it was going. This car was a stolen vehicle westbound on Arrow Highway at Village Court. And if you're familiar with that area, that's over by where the 210, or I'm sorry, where the 57 crosses over Arrow Highway in San Dimas. It'll give you the date and time. So if that car's cruising across Arrow Highway, odds are it's going to hit that camera. It's going to hit another camera as it gets closer into Glendora, several on its way across Covina. And then if it peels right or left, goes north or south, or continues west, those cameras will continue to track the movement of that vehicle, which would then send an alert to each police dispatch center. And then we would validate the information and broadcast it to the police units to locate that vehicle. Next slide, please. 3 different examples, 3 different times a day. One is a daytime vehicle capture. You'll notice there's a pickup truck on the left. One is a nighttime capture. I can't tell what kind of car that is. My guess is it's a Honda Civic, but I'd be just taking a stab in the dark, no pun intended. But the camera system does grab the license plate from that. And then image on the right is what a multi-vehicle grab looks like. Again, can't tell who's driving cars, can't tell what's happening inside vehicles. The camera system only alerts to vehicle movement, license plate, and unique characteristics. Next slide, please. Topic 2, homeless, the homeless engagement. So South Hills, obviously from Glendora Avenue to above the 210 freeway, south of Route 66, and bordering almost on the Lone Hill side, is our South Hills portion of our city park. What we have done is partnered with LA County Homeless Services, LAHSA, Union Station Homeless Services, and of course we leveraged Debbie Lopez and her incredible staff. She's the one that coordinates all of these outreach efforts. Whenever we go out to handle some homeless situations, typically in large encampments, we do it in a 2-pronged approach. First effort is to go out and do this engagement. We go out and provide security, but we let LAHSA, we let Union Station, we allow city staff to go out and talk to people, get them into the coordinated entry system. They do mental, physical health checks, look for substance and abuse or recovery programs, offer general assistance. A lot of times it's a Social Security card or California driver's license or some kind of disability connection help that they need. And we can help make those things happen through the outreach effort. At the same time that's happening, we identify who's at the camps, what they're doing, why they're there, identify what the camp looks like, and we notice them. We notice them that they can't be in the park. They can't be camping in the park. The things that they have collected, the trash that they have left behind, the homemade latrines, the cooking stations, all of the unique things that they do to create a life for themselves living in the hills has to be removed. There's fire dangers, there's health and safety standards. It's an outreach, it's a humanitarian effort. And so we give them about a 7-day period to clean up. And so next slide, please. As we go through, outreach workers talk to people. We document those outreach efforts. Again, we did it on August 10th and August 11th. We contacted about 45 people in 3 separate locations in the South Hills. We focused off of Glendora Avenue. We focused off of Bonnie Cove, and finally above Pompey Park, a little bit west of Lone Hill in the area kind of, well, it's behind Pompey Park, but it's more closely associated with the new storage facility being built north of the Dodge dealership and west of Lone Hill. Next slide, please. Cleanup operations start about 7 to 10 days after outreach and engagement. We start with using our biohazard contract vendor, which is Blue Ocean. They do it in a variety of ways. They bring in machinery, they use hand crews, we have trash dumpsters, roll-off containers, stake bed trucks, you name it. It's a large undertaking, and we spend a lot of time being patient with people, identifying any items of intrinsic value, but our main goal is to clean up the camps, clean up the area, make it look presentable, take care of the biohazard waste, and take care of any fire mitigation efforts. Next slide, please. You can see from these photos that people get rather creative. There's a generator on one side with some 5-gallon gas cans. Another camp section has some solar panels. There's a lot of ingenuity and a lot of resourcefulness that goes into these camp establishments. Next slide, please. Cleanup occurred on 17th and 18th of the month. As we flip through these photos, this is similar to a before and after, just so you can see the effort that it undertakes. This one is a stake bed truck and a lot of hand crews going up and down hills to move things. Next slide, please. Again, hand crews, removal of camps. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And all told, we used 3 roll-off containers, was about 13 tons, 26,000 pounds worth of trash and debris that was removed from the area. What I don't have to report to you is the number of stats of people who accepted services. Generally, we try to bifurcate the operation so that we can take care of the enforcement and cleanup side. When police are involved in the engagement side, there's a lot of hesitancy to accept services. So we rely on those engagement partners like Debbie Lopez and her crew and LASA and Union Station. Finally, third topic for quarterly update is back to school. You've heard a couple of council members discuss it and talk about the importance of how awesome it is that we're back in school. And I would certainly agree. First day of school for Charter Oak was August 11th. First day for Glendora is tomorrow. We are returning to near normal traffic school plan, which is extra patrols, working the crosswalks, the schools, traffic message boards, social media push. We have an OTS grant, which is the Office of Traffic Safety, that's going to fund extra officers for increased enforcement. And just so everybody's aware, we do provide school traffic coverage Monday through Friday, 5 days a week. That's in combination with our traffic unit, which is motorcycle officer, and traffic corporal, and our 2 school resource officers. Next slide, please. And as part of our push, and starting again this year, because it was a very good success and a good community outreach effort, is the Glendora Safe Driving Pledge. Next slide, please. This is designed to remind both Glendora and Charter Oak parents anywhere in Glendora to drive safely in school zones. Parents can sign up on the city website and pledge to drive safely. Zero cost here, totally zero cost. But when you sign up and you are, you validate where your child or your grandchild or whoever you're caring for child goes to school in the city of Glendora, you get entered into a prize for a raffle that we'll do in the spring of 2022. And you're eligible to stay into that raffle unless you receive a parking ticket or a driving violation in there. If you do attend driving school, we'll let you back into the program. But 2 years ago, obviously last year we had some issues with school not being in session, but 2 years ago when school was in session, it was a great success. A lot of community groups donated to the cause to entice people to have good habits in our school zones and to be good role models for our children out there. So tomorrow you're going to see about 15 extra police officers out and about, walking to school, doing crosswalk duty, and just being present and visible for everyone to welcome them back into our town. So those of you who want to sign up for the Safe Driving Pledge, you can follow the link through our social media feed or through the City of Glendora website and follow the PD. And Mayor, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Chief Egan. That takes us to our next update on vacancies in our various commissions. City Clerk, Communications Director Sussman.
Mayor Davis, I just want to provide a brief update on the recruitment efforts associated with several vacancies we have on various city council appointed boards and commissions. Originally, interviews and the appointments of those vacancies was scheduled for today, but due to the large number of agenda items scheduled for this meeting, five items associated with closed session, which required us to schedule closed session to start earlier. We actually had a start time of 4:30 instead of the normal 6 o'clock start time, required us to postpone those interviews and appointments. Because of the postponement, I would like to invite any last minute applications to be submitted to the city clerk's office no later than Friday, September 3rd at noon. This will give staff plenty of time to get the staff report done for the September 14th meeting and schedule interviews. Any applications received after that deadline, we are requesting that those they will not be incorporated in the agenda or scheduled for interviews, as it puts a stress on the agenda deadlines that we have to meet in order to get the agenda out timely. Currently, we are recruiting for vacancies on the Business Improvement District, Community Services Commission, and the Planning Commission. And as of the last update I provided, which was on July 13th, we have received one new application, which gives us a total of 6 new applications that council will be interviewing for on the 24th. And I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. All right, that takes us to public hearings. Tonight, we have a public hearing to amend the Glendora General Plan, land use element, zone change, development plan review, and lot line adjustment to consolidate 3 parcels for construction of the medical office building located at 210 South Grand Avenue and 412 West Carroll Avenue, Glendora, California. I will invite City Planner Mark Carnahan to report. Mr. Carnahan.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Tonight's public hearing is on a project that's been going on for some time for this department. It's a request and recommend for an amendment to the general plan land use designation, a change in the zoning designation, an approval of a lot line adjustment, and a development plan review and related CEQA for the construction of our project for a medical office building at 210 and 410 Carroll Avenue. Next slide. These are the highlights of the main topics for the application request for consideration. Next slide. The subject site has addresses of 210 South Grand Avenue and 412 West Carroll Avenue and consists of 3 parcels. It has 2 existing medical buildings with surface parking that is shared by the buildings. For this proposal, we will be referring to the parcels as A, B, and C, as shown. Next slide. The project site is bounded north by West Carroll Avenue, Eminent Health Foothill Restoration Hospital, the Glendora Canyon Transitional Care Facility to the south, the railroad corridor to the east, and South Grand Avenue to the west. Surrounding uses include commercial properties to the north of Carroll Avenue, hospital to the south, single-family residence to the west across Grand Avenue. Next slide. Here's Grand Avenue, as you probably all see it. This is just a Google Street View image, and it's just showing you kind of the location of where the building is going to go as it currently looks. You can kind of see the trees would all stay, and the building that's being proposed would kind of go right behind that existing big pine tree on the right. Next slide. All right, so we're diving more into the planning part of it here. The project site has 2 general plan land use designations, as you can kind of see by the illustration here. The western parcel, or parcel A and B, have general plan designations of general commercial, and parcel C is civic institutional. Again, here's the visual on that one. Next slide. There are too many policies to mention that were reviewed by the Planning Commission and staff on this, so I just wanted to kind of emphasize for gravity of how many need to be considered. Here's one slide with a bunch of them listed. Next slide, and there's even more, and they're all mentioned in the resolutions and reports if anybody wants to look at them. But there's a lot of different policies that this project hits. Next slide. On zoning. So the existing planning for parcel A is C3, and with a height overlay zone. Parcel B is designated as commercial 3 as well, which without the overlay. And parcel C is a medical services. Here again is the visual kind of showing how all that zoning plays out. With the project implementation, it would require the zone change to allow for consistency of the sites. A zone change is proposed for all 3 parcels. And instead of going with a commercial or a medical services zoning, the applicant worked with staff and decided to select the planned redevelopment zone, which is another project zoning allowed within our planning toolbox within our code. Per Glendora's municipal code, the purpose of a PR zone is to provide for development on a comprehensive basis by using site planning techniques not permitted through the literal application of zoning and subdivision regulations to produce an environment of stable, desirable character and harmony with existing potential development for the surrounding area. Next slide. So when you implement a PR zone, it's basically kind of site-specific zoning. And so we would have to be adopting development standards for it. So those development standards would be the zoning essentially and the standards for all 3 parcels, one single set for everything. With doing this, it does allow the flexibility. It does allow for continued shared off-street parking, allows for the medical office building to be built with meeting these standards and objectives of the city. Kind of a list of these specific standards are kind of shown here and also included in the draft ordinance. Should be noted that basically these standards are all representative of what you would see on the site plan. It doesn't go really beyond that. It just kind of shows like the setbacks or where the parking lots are and the building heights and such and such. Next slide. This is just a drawing of the existing site plan as it currently exists, with the existing 2 buildings shown, the helicopter pad kind of in the middle, existing parking lots, and the kind of the existing hospital to its south. Next slide. Here's kind of the proposed site plan. It's showing basically the new 3-story medical office building. Kind of, it's kind of hard to see, but it's kind of right below where it says Area A on this drawing. And again, it's going to have a ground floor open parking lot below the structure, which is why you're seeing it kind of as like a parking lot, which is just envision there's 2 imaginary floors above it. The existing parcels again would be consolidated into 1. And so with this new lot, it'd be about 6.4 acres in size. No changes are being proposed to the existing medical office building or the helicopter pad, except for what I'll be describing later on as applicant suggestions towards the end of this speech. Next slide. Here's just a more zoomed in version of what I just said. Note the blue is showing the parking that will be affected and will be as is, and the green shows the new landscaping areas and parking within the parking lots and around the building. Next slide. Here's just the same thing here, the middle parking lot, which is just the parking lot, basically the helicopter pad. Again, the green showing new parking, new landscaping, and the blue is just showing existing parking that's not being affected. Next slide. And this is the easternmost area, and you can kind of see nothing's really being touched in that area, C area, the furthest east. All right, next, no, stay here. So on the development plan review, as you saw, the project includes the removal and reconfiguration of several surface parking lot areas, mostly in the middle towards to the west. With the implementation of the proposed project, 465 shared employee and customer parking spaces will be provided for the site's 3 medical office buildings, which would be, again, the 2 existing and the 1 proposed. You can kind of see how this table here kind of spreads out the parking. The lower portion of the table here illustrates the required parking requirements while utilizing the applicant's original proposal, which is basically to split the parking ratios, basically. So the existing parking for the existing 2 buildings on the top there, you can kind of see a ratio of 1 to 250. And the new parking is based on a 1 per 200 ratio for parking. And this also accounts for the 40 spaces that are an easement that I'll talk about later. Grand total for this scenario here is a 467 number. Next slide. So a little bit on the building itself. As proposed, the new 3-story medical office building is 20,974 gross square feet of medical office related uses, with its second and third floors being the offices itself. The ground floor of the building would be the open parking area with 28 parking spaces. The building would have, again, 19,486 square feet as office, 744 square feet as utilities and elevator infrastructure. Access between all the floors would be provided by 2 internal staircases, 1 exterior staircase, and 2 elevators. The building would have a maximum building height of 46 feet to the top of the parapet. Signage would extend an additional 3 feet from the top of the parapet. The styling of the building is a modern contemporary design. I can kind of show you some slides now, what it looks like. Next slide. Here's the floor plans. I know they're too hard to see, but again, bottom's parking, the top 2 are offices. Next slide. Here's the north and west elevations. Next slide. And the south and east elevations. Next slide. So as mentioned, the site has a helicopter pad on the project site. For a long time, this project was stalled with designs trying to figure out how the building would accommodate the helicopter pad and its flight path. It eventually was modified and towards the late end of its design phase to just shorten it so that it did not conflict with that helicopter easement flight path. And this visual just shows that working to show that how it's lower than the required flight path requirements, and it would be compliant in that sense. Next slide. Here's some easier to understand view perspectives that the architect did. Again, the middle building is the new proposal building with the orange accent colors there. Next slide. And here's another perspective. Again, this is the visual from Grand Avenue. And you can kind of see how the office spaces are above, kind of float above the parking lot below. Next slide. And I'm just going to go through various perspectives they did here. Here's another view from Grand Avenue, I think looking north or looking south. Next slide. This is like a parking lot view. Next slide. Another parking lot view kind of taken from the hospital's alleyway. Next slide. Here's basically the color and materials version of the application, kind of showing, the white colors of the panels and the metal, as well as the kind of orange accents. Next slide. So from staff's belief is, the contemporary architectural style is acceptable, and there's really no unified design theme for the 3 sites, the 3 buildings on the site, nor kind of in context with the existing neighboring hospital's design. With that said, staff did originally raise a concern about kind of the visual effect of maybe this design kind of have a floating effect, above the parking lot, and kind of expressed a view that we expressed to the planning commission that maybe some design effort be made to kind of screen that parking area better, at least from the Grand Avenue perspective, from a design. The planning commission heard that, and later on we'll mention one of their comments, and which is basically to include some screening along that Grand Avenue side on the building. Next slide. The landscaping plan, it does. There's a lot of mature landscaping out there since most of the site was developed in the 50s to later on. Most of the landscaping between the existing medical office and the southern property, parcel A, would be removed to grade for the new area and construct the new building, and can reconfigure the parking. Replacement parking in the landscaping area would involve approximately 71 new trees being planted to replace the approximate 20 trees that would be removed for the project. This far exceeds the requirement for the city's urban forestry manual. Next slide. So one feature that we all know of that existing medical office building on the corner there of Grand Avenue and Carroll is that old 1950s kind of plaza that kind of has been filled in over the years, and kind of sits there. Staff explained one concern we had during the meeting that the original design that is being proposed was for this to have basically fill in that whole area of the, with dwarf citrus trees as a grove for a design element. We kind of felt that while citrus is nice for our context of our history of our city, but it doesn't really have a site context for this site or its design. And so we encouraged them to redesign that. The commission heard that concern and they also agreed. And that's one of the things that later on the architect will address as a response to that for you later on. Next slide. So the bulk of what you of the paperwork you saw tonight in your report was based on the CEQA analysis that was prepared. Welcome to California. And so with the assistance of the city's environmental consultant, Kimberly Horn, a draft initial study was completed, which concluded that the project will not have a significant effect on the environment with the inclusion of mitigation measures, and a draft mitigated negative declaration was prepared. This was all included, again, as the bulk of the report materials, and it was available for public viewing between December 30th and January 6th. Next slide. So when we finally took this to the Planning Commission in March of this year, the commission heard testimony and had a lively discussion, and they continued the item and requested that a few items be reviewed and provide additional clarification for. And specifically, there were 5 items that they asked to be brought back, which I do want to emphasize what those are now as well. So next slide. So one was provide background on the helicopter pad, including the ownership, current users, and easement to determine if it could possibly be removed to accommodate additional parking. On this point, the response to this by staff and the applicant is that in 1979, a ground lease agreement and a subordination agreement was approved that names the hospital as being granted an exclusive helicopter easement. This easement expires in 2039. A 2009 letter was also provided from the former Glendora city manager, Chris Jeffers, and a subsequent letter that he wrote in 2013 from Chris Jeffers that further explains the city's position and history regarding this helicopter pad. It basically kind of, I'll just quote him. He said that the helicopter pad was installed at the request of the city as a condition of the city issuing tax-exempt bonds for the hospital many years ago. While the bonds have been paid off, the purpose of the helipad was to serve the public safety needs for the east end of the San Gabriel Valley, and the Los Angeles County Fire Department and the Glendora Police Department have indicated that having the helicopter pad is part of their emergency response plan and is used about 3 to 4 times a year for their operations. Given the helicopter pad is the only authorized landing site within 15 minutes of the city boundaries, it serves as a unique purpose, and both agencies have expressed a desire that the pad remain. The closest FAA-approved pad is in Laverne, according to those officials. Finally, that letter states if the owners of the medical office building were to build another structure, maybe we would consider moving it if they put it on the on the roof. So that kind of was where that kind of ended in terms of that. It is what it is in terms of the existing easement, and the city's position was stated. So the next one was existing helicopter parking easement. The response from the city and the applicant are basically that a 1981 document was approved that granted the easement to the hospital's visitors, patients, employees, and staff, and their motor vehicles for the purpose of parking 40 vehicles on this project site. So again, the hospital has a 40 space parking easement on this project site. There is no disagreement over the 40 parking spaces easement, and that with regards to the hospital or the applicant. That is not an issue for them. It is remaining. They have no issue with it. We're staying. It was just raised by the Planning Commission as a question. Number 3 was the specific access between the parcel, hospital, and the Grand Avenue emergency entry. The response to that is basically that while the easements refer to shared parking, access, and prevention of barriers, both parties have stated that they do not want the existing temporary barriers that are currently used to prevent access between the properties to be removed. This is a private agreement between the two parties. Retention of the barriers does not present an issue for this project. While it currently has been designed to remove them, keeping them in place should not be a problem. If a vehicle is heading south, it can turn left and pass through the proposed project site's first floor area and back to its regular parking area. This change would, however, require probably a reapproval from the fire department at the sign off of it, but I don't think that's a problem since we're basically keeping the existing flow and the existing conditions. And the existing conditions have foldable boulders, which again, the fire department can roll over very easily. Number 4 is the parking plan for construction. The response to that was a little vague, but the applicant kind of said that, hey, they can meet the parking. They have a plan which they showed how they could do it. They showed where the parking area would go. And I guess staff would kind of raise the issue is that this isn't a typical thing that's raised during entitlement review. You know, how parking gets decided is usually decided after, but it would easily be able to be figured out. Number 5 is possible project redesign showing compliance with city parking ratios. This is my opinion is the biggest topic. And so the let me show the next slide then. So the applicant basically showed 2 options to the commission as their response. They showed option 1, which is basically the previous parking proposal that requests the continued use of this 1 to 250 parking ratio for the 2 existing buildings and a 1 per 200 parking ratio for the new building. Next slide. So I guess under this scenario, the applicant contends that the existing parking is kind of legally non-conforming for those 2 existing buildings. And since the project is adopting its own development standards, this could be permitted. I guess in other words, the existing buildings conform to the existing parking requirements and the new ones will do the new ones. And the city has the authorization to approve that. This basically is option A, existing conditions using these split parking ratio requirements. It would then provide the total of 466 parking spaces. And under that requirement, it requires basically 466. So it would meet that under that interpretation. Next slide. And this is kind of how it breaks up that 466. Again, it's kind of showing that split ratio on the under the compliance column there, the 250 for the 2 buildings and the 200 for the 210 building for the total of 466. Next slide. So option 2 is the one that they were provided as a response to the planning commission and they basically the answer is they could find a way to comply with parking meeting full compliance at the 1 per 200 ratio. But to do so, they would basically be squeezing parking spaces here and there on the plan. And to do so, they would have to kind of ask requests for a modified parking standard because they wouldn't be able to get our city's required 9 by 20 spaces or our minimum compact spaces, which are the 8 by 17. So they would basically be saying we can provide 494 spaces in this new plan, which would meet the full requirement, but we'd have to do that with showing you how this table is showing you. We could provide that, but it would be providing parking in a variation of parking dimensions, none of which are less than our compact space. That should be noted. None of them are less than. Most of which are, you can kind of see, meeting or exceeding the width requirement. But again, none of them are less than, but you can kind of see how that spreadsheet breaks down. Next slide. This is I know it's hard to see, it shows how they can physically do that. I'll just say they're squeezing them kind of almost everywhere. You can kind of see the only parking spaces that are not impacted are those blue ones that are highlighted on the far east. Every other parking area on the site gets tweaked. Next slide. And this is kind of showing how that parking again kind of breaks down to get that 492 number. Next slide. All right, so on June 1st, they came back and the Planning Commission resumed that public hearing and considered all those items. And on a 5-0 vote, they recommended the City Council tonight approve the project and its related application requests with the following comments and items for the Council's consideration this evening. Number one, they said the architecture for the new building should include a visual screening of the podium parking area. Two, they said that the proposed parking at the 466 spaces, option 1, should be approved. 3, the existing helipad is not an issue with this proposal. 4, the existing barriers between the subject property and the adjacent hospital shall remain. And 5, the applicant shall work with the city staff on the inclusion of additional visual enhancements and improvement options, which can help make the existing 2 buildings and the new building more visually connected with one another. And I think that was inferred in terms of an architecturally and landscaping sense. Next slide. Following the Planning Commission's recommendation on June 1st, the applicant provided the following slides as a response, understanding that the City Council is going to be hearing some of those items and would probably want to know how they would respond. So I know it's kind of hard to read here, so I'll kind of just paraphrase their response. One of which is on the architectural style of the existing buildings. They felt that they don't really want to change the existing buildings. They believe that they should be kept as is and unchanged based on their unique design and their expression, which, the applicant can actually provide me with some great historical articles from the 1950s explaining how cool and how big of a big deal that corner building was in the city in the 1950s. There's like a 4-page write-up and all kinds of really cool stuff about it was a big deal and how architecturally it was a pretty very modern building for the 1950s, and it's still modern today. So he's basically arguing it's architecturally important to stay what it is, but he's arguing that the new building design should be on its own. They should not try to replicate or mimic. They're their own designs, representative of their own particular periods of time. And then they kind of emphasize going, that doesn't mean that they can't do some maintenance on the existing building, and that its scheduled plan is in a couple of years. I forget, he'll let you know, for them to repaint that whole new building, and then they can repaint the new building to match the colors of the existing building that's being proposed, to kind of tie it in a little bit better. Note the colors are pretty much the same, but it would be a freshen up and a kind of a couple minor changes. But they can also add some new landscaping in areas that are kind of missing some, and they can also want to emphasize that they're doing hardscape materials that will visually connect the existing building and the proposed building, which I can kind of show you on the next slides. Next slide. This is just, they're kind of, I was showing you how just a fresh coat of paint will kind of connect the 2 buildings together. I know it's very subtle and hard to tell, but it is subtle, but kind of that's their point. Next slide. These are just kind of showing you pictures from around the site and all the existing conditions. And the next slide is showing you how that, hey, they can add additional landscaping in certain areas that it's missing to kind of connect the sites, especially to emphasize the screening of parking lot areas. The lower picture there is showing you a representation of how hardscape can be used to connect the buildings visually through this kind of main crosswalk kind of connection that goes from kind of Carroll all the way through all the way to the building. Then there's a walkway in the building that would go through this building to the next building, kind of visually to have that connection. And then on the bottom, on the far left side, you can kind of see all those purple, pink trees. That's their new kind of a suggestion is, hey, instead of doing all these dwarf citrus trees, we can do it with a different kind of design concept. It has more of a flowering kind of trees and a pattern. So that's sort of where they're at on that. I think with that said, next slide. I kind of just want to paraphrase again what we're here tonight to do, and the commission's recommendation. This is to the City Council to consider the following actions: adoption of the CEQA mitigated neg deck for the proposal, adoption of a resolution which changes the general plan land use designation for the western part of the site to civic institutional, and adoption of an ordinance approving a zone change of all the civic parcels to planned development and establishing site-specific development standards, and an adoption of a resolution approving a development plan review and a lot line adjustment that allows the construction of a new 20,000 square foot medical office building. Next slide. So closing up here, I apologize for the length of the presentation. Obviously, a lot was hashed out before and during all the planning commission meetings, and wanted you to have the full record of what happened. And a lot of items were pushed onto your plate for consideration, and so you had to have the full story there. I'm available for questions if you have any. I know the applicant's who's the architect is here tonight. I believe there's a member of the ownership here as well. Staff has our environmental consultant available, and I believe the property managers are also available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Carnahan. Before I invite public testimony, I will invite the applicant to speak. June Park, you have 10 minutes to address the council.
All right, thank you for all honorable council and city mayor. And this is, great opportunity present, the project. Well, this is a new Story Medical facility located in Brandon and Ada and then Carroll. So mostly I'd like to emphasize the design, the feature of the building that is, the public outlook at the facility. So I'll try to add up more like a design, how it looks like it, the building, the structure. So, well, the original design perspective, initial design perspective was not completely bring in a brand new contemporary design, but we based on the existing 4th Street medical building, which is 210 South Grand. And then we researched in a huge amount of time and found that a newspaper, the Mark mentioned that, and this is one of, the first mid-century, mid-century institutional building in San Gabriel Valley. That was really, the information that we start and design. So, well, the additional, our design is a contemporary, but is a well, communicate with the mid-century design, which is like a very minimal, like a streamlined design and a clean design, and then a vertical gesture, which is, I believe, as an architect, we assume that at the contemporary and then mid-century design is well communicated. So that was, we developed in a very contemporary, but the minimalism like a design for the new the structure. So that is in the basic point. And then the second, second, the design point, particularly for the site, the landscape. Well, with the the citrus tree is like a kind of like a representing like a community sense of the community. But there's many the question from the public and planning commission. So we decide like a very technical approach, which is utilizing native American species, which is well, can you show like a landscape plan? Show the landscape plan, which is like a perspective. Yeah, that's good. So the pinky color is a name of the species, Western redbud, which is native California, the tree, which is our design perspective. Making the features as visual feature of the landscape plan, but also most less consuming the water. So well, Western redbud, and then the other the landscape planting material, which is we're going to utilizing native ornamental glass, which is technically zero consumption of the water. So well, at the beginning of the planting, we need some irrigation, but a few years later, you don't need any irrigation. So that's our design, landscape design feature. So I believe, hopefully, our, the perspective, the design, the building and the landscape, hopefully meet the demanding from the community. So that's the whole, design, explain. So any question related to design, I can answer that. Right.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Park, that you wanted to share at this time?
Well, that'll be all. Right.
Okay, thank you very much. And at this time, I will invite the public to give testimony. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Do we have anyone that has submitted anything in writing or has used the raise hand icon?
We haven't received any correspondence via email. And Jim Martindale has requested to speak under public comment.
Okay.
Jim Martin.
Hi, thank you very much. I want to point out a couple of things. I'm the property owner to the north. I'm a little concerned. I love the project. It looks great. I appreciate the time and energy and money spent on it. However, on a pragmatic note, they're adding about 21,000 square feet. Based on today's standard, that's 101 square feet at 5 spaces, or 1 per 200. That would require 500 spaces, and they are proposing 465. They're 40% deficient. Now, the easement to the hospital, I believe, and I'm asking a question here, does the easement for they can use 40 spaces at the hospital? Is that correct, Mark?
Mr. Martindale, we can answer your questions after public comment.
Okay, that's fine. Anyway, I'm concerned about that there is a deficiency in parking. They're saying that they want the consideration of 250 per 1 per 250 on the existing. That's 80%. They're asking that to be legal non-conforming. Now, and yet they're asking for a general plan amendment, a zone change, a lot adjustment, and a specific plan adjustment. So they're saying, well, we want the legal non-conforming, but we want all this new stuff. They're also proposing 93 spaces become compact. I don't know about you, but compact doesn't work. Especially there is a parking issue. There's a parking issue at the hospital. And if they're taking up 40 spaces there, that's a problem, because I went there today, and the hospital, I've been here 58 years. I've been to the hospital hundreds of times, as well as the medical buildings, hundreds of, well, maybe not hundreds. And there's always been a parking issue. So they're taking and wanting to, they're deficient about 80 spaces using the hospital's 40. So I understand what they want, but and what happens is there's a spillage in my property. So when people don't have parking spaces, they use other people's spaces. The parking in the hospital uses Mr. Park's parking, and then Mr. Park's, and it will only be exacerbated by, and again, what we have right here, their building is taking up 5 spaces for the infrastructure. Based upon 21,000, they need 105 extra spaces. You just can't create, just like there ain't no more.
Mr. Martindale, your time is up. Sorry. Ms. Sussman, do we have others requesting to speak?
Chip Riddle, we've just sent you an unmute request. Chip, are you there?
I am.
You have
Yes.
3 minutes.
My name is Chip Riddle. I'm the Chief Support Services Officer for Emanate Health. My question is one of concern for, I thought I saw on the matrix a 0 setback on the south border, which I'm presuming the south is along our driveway, which is to the north of our hospital. Can I get clarification what that setback is? really concerned that it says, I thought the matrix said 0. So that's my main concern right now. Obviously, we are also concerned with parking, but Jim said it very well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Assessment, is there anyone else wishing to speak at this time?
No other requests have been received.
Okay, thank you. Then I will close public comment and bring it back to the council for a discussion. Or I'll start with the council, and then if they want to ask any questions, Mr. Park, did you want to make a rebuttal at this time to any of the public testimony before we invite the council to ask questions?
Well, Mark, you want me to explain about Mr. Chip Little, like you mentioned about the, the setback? Well, this is like, proposing plan amendment, like put in a 0, the setback, which is the same like the original, the current zoning regulation that we just, utilize it. But actually the setback we proposing the building is more than like 12 feet away from the property line of the south boundary. So new proposing building is 11 or 12 feet away from the property line. So we have a great, sufficient the gap between and a hospital and then new building. Right.
Any further rebuttal that you wanted to offer?
Well, we completely aware that the shortage of the parking, and then Mr. Jim Martindale that mentioned that somehow like the shortage of the parking, spill out into the street and then impact the neighborhood. But well, we having a great property manager. There's always like in the on the very east side of the plot property is almost like an empty in the parking. So the people like who making the parking, mostly they try to park in near the building, not beyond. So that I believe the issue we believe like during after construction we have to well manage how to leading in a patient correct location of the parking. So that I think we have to work together with the city. How do we managing incoming the parking, particularly traffic time like well that I believe we wish to resolve that issue, right?
Thank you. All right, I will bring it back to the council for questions and comments. Councilmember Thompson.
Madam Mayor, thank you. I'll make this quick. I believe that the buildings that exist should be painted when the new building is built. I don't buy the fact that a couple of years after that, the painting will be done. I think that they need to be done when this new building's built, and I would request that be a part of this deal. Secondly and lastly, I read in the reports that the hospital is planning expansion, which that's great. I'm all for that. But that leads me to the concern that has been voiced that parking needs to be expanded too. And now's the time to, do that, not when the expansion is done and then a further request is made to lower the amount of parking that's even in now. So I think that council and planning should require the parking to be expanded. I agree with Mr. Martindale that smaller cars, although that seems to be the way things are going to some extent. I don't believe that we're going to land that plane as quickly or as soon as politicians would like it to land, if it lands at ever. So I think that for me to support this, we've got to have parking expanded if the hospital intends to expand. And I would want everything to look nice the first day and not be taken 2 or 3 years to paint it. With that, I think it's a good deal. Would welcome that in town. I think that we would be very blessed to have this expanded healthcare, but those issues need to be fixed now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Friedendahl.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Park, for your presentation, and also to Mr. Carnahan. I know that planning and the commission and the planning group have worked very hard on this. I have a couple of questions on the buildings, the existing buildings. Kind of follows the theme that Mendel just shared. I've been a guest of those buildings more times since recent birthdays than I care to say. So I have a curiosity. Can anyone share what the current occupancy rate of the 2 existing buildings are?
I do have that data. I don't know the specifics. If we can ask the applicant's property manager to respond to that. I forwarded that question to them, and they should have those numbers to you if you make them available to speak.
Oh, Mark, I got the number. 210 South Brandy is more than 90%, and then 412 South Carroll is 89% occupancy right now. So based on in our property manager, recent update.
Okay, well, thank you for that. It's much greater than I anticipated, so good for you. Another comment I have, and it follows the theme of appearances. When I go into those buildings, I must admit, I'm rather underimpressed. So that tells me that we're occupying them, using them, but we're really not giving them the love they want to make them attractive and conducive to visitors coming into them or guests. So I would hope we might look at that, because frankly, I'm curious as to why we need more medical buildings to begin with, because the occupancy does not appear to be as great as you shared, but most stores hide things, so I guess that's hard to see. But I don't know, here we are coming up with a brand new building when I think we're putting minimal or little maintenance and care into the 2 that exist. That's discouraging, so I'd ask for some consideration in those thoughts. Related to the parking, the #1 selling vehicles today, gentlemen, is pickup trucks. They are not compact vehicles. So you drive around those parking lots trying to get in with a full-size vehicle, it doesn't work. And on that similar note, I noticed that all the concept pictures and drawings are very attractive and they show nice access ways, but then we continue to discuss the unneighborly bollards that consistently exist between the 2 facilities, this property and the hospital property. So we say, hey, let's go to the east and let's use those extra parking spaces that we are assured are enough, right or wrong, are assured they're enough. You can't do that. You cannot drive through that parking lot without running into barriers. I don't get it. If we're a neighborly, cohesive property and we want to add buildings and add traffic to that site, I do not understand why the bollards need to be in place. You just make a complication to get in. We're forcing all the traffic in the parking lots to go down a very narrow street, Carroll. Once you have curb parking on both sides, it gets pretty narrow there. So I would ask us to give some consideration to that as well. Beyond that, I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Alawas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mark, excellent job on your reports. You had awful lot to unpack there, and well done. And the Planning Commission did an excellent job as well. They had a lot on their plate, and obviously it took them a couple meetings to get where they landed. I have some questions on the, looks like a fire escape that's on there. Is that meant as a fire escape, or is that part of the normal access of the building?
It is an exterior staircase. I might have asked June if it's intended for emergency or primary. I believe it would be emergency, since they already have the two existing ones inside plus the elevators. June,
Any idea?
So the councilman asking about the fire lane of the fire engine, or
No, the exterior staircase. It's just for
oh,
emergency,
I see.
correct?
Right, because the building and fire code wise, we need the two access in both end to end of the building. That's a requirement. But well, we have an internal stair core on the grand side, and also we propose like the west, the east side. Well, it is a part of the design feature, and rather than inside bringing in, or the solely technically it's for the code compliance, but also it is part of the design element. And then the helping for the helicopter landing pass. So that multi-reason that we put in exterior stair, right?
So at the risk of being politically incorrect, it looks ugly as hell. And it needs to either be gone or it needs to be screened in a better way. I particularly don't care for it. And also, I guess on item 5 that the Planning Commission have brought up about the outside, the character of the building, I believe that by looking at this building is out of place in its design and architecture. It does not fit the area. I welcome the building. I welcome expanding our campus of medical. I think that's a great thing. But I have a real problem. It looks like a box with windows in it. And there's no character to it. And that does not fit the area. You have a beautiful building. It might be older in design, but it's classic. And classy things don't ever age. And this one here is just a box with holes in it. I'm sorry, but I'm brutally blunt on this. Also, I do have a concern with the parking of the overflow. I think that needs to get addressed. And I'm not quite sure how you want to do that, but how much smaller would the building have to be to get in compliance with the number of parking spaces that really need to be? Mark, can you add to that, answer that, or?
The applicant, I think, presented did examine that aspect, and they've said that it would be infeasible if they were to do so. I think it basically takes off a floor and a half. I think off. June, do you have the square footage numbers?
Well, the fully compliance in new code is we can gain only like the 4,000 square feet. I believe less than 5,000 square feet. New floor area, which is infeasible, right? At the whole entire project, right?
Okay. I don't want to be the stumbling block on this, but I don't like the parking issue. I don't like the design. I don't like the fire escape. It just does not fit what we have. Do we have any outdoor fire escapes or emergency exits anywhere in the area like that? Mark?
I'm trying to think of some, but I'm drawing a blank. We have one kind of being proposed on the 422 South Glendora building coming up here, but it's a small one.
We have one outside of City Hall too.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, outside of Adam's office. But
And that's built in 1920, Adam?
I think it's 1921, yeah.
A little older than you. So for those reasons, I think they need to go back and go back to the drawing board and address those issues. And I'm not sure what the rest of my colleagues have to say, but I'm not ready to make an action item on this at this juncture with those three glaring items in front. That's all the questions I have at the moment. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
Thank you, Karen. First off, there was a question that wasn't answered. Jim asked about the 40 parking space easement that the hospital has on this property. Is that easement 40 specific parking spaces? Or is that just that the hospital was allowed to use 40 spaces?
Both. The easement says the hospital can use 40 spaces on this site, and they are striped and noted on the site.
Okay, they are.
Yeah.
Okay, so the one thing I didn't get, it is the ownership of this entire project. Is this one ownership?
Yes,
Yeah.
all three are the same.
Okay, it's one ownership. And then we talked about the lot line adjustment. I didn't see in the presentation, and when I watch a planning commission meeting, I'm not quite sure where the lot line adjustment fell into play.
The lot line adjustment is just the application to merge the parcels under California law. You can use a lot line adjustment to merge. If you can merge 4 or less lots. In fact, the lot line process is actually easier to do than a lot merger or a parcel map. So it's just a simpler process.
Okay, no problem. And then are there any prospective tenants for this building yet? Or the conversations went that far?
I'd have to ask the applicant. I've not heard of any.
Mr. Park, do you know if there's?
Well, so the tenant, the future, so you were asking about the, what's the plan for future tenant, correct?
Yes.
So, well, number one, we, since 2015, which was in the beginning of the project, we've been, discussed and had a communication with the hospital. And including Mr. Chip Little, and then he's in a meeting, and then we need a more like continue in a negotiation and work together. What's better facility, which is like based on the initial information, Mr. Chip Little in a hospital anticipating like an outpatient clinic, and then with the work together with the the ownership. So we are just continue communicate with the hospital, and then hopefully get best resolution to meet what does the hospital require and hospital demand. Also best match to community need, right?
Oh, okay, I appreciate that. And then I don't think I saw anywhere, how many parking spaces does the project have now?
Oh, Mark, can you show the existing parking number?
Sure. I don't know which it is. Let's see. That's a really good question. Could you give me a second?
Yeah.
Oh, can you go to the next question? I'll get you the answer to that.
Sure, okay.
I can't remember right now.
And then, well, another question I've got for you, Mark, and makes your head go in two different directions. Are we rezoning the parcels where the hospital is?
Yeah, no, the hospital parcels stay what they are. We're only doing the applicant's parcels, not the hospital's parcels.
Oh, okay, I thought I saw that in one of the slides that those are going to be different.
No. One of the zonings was, the existing zonings was called medical services, so maybe that was the confusion, but it's just the 3 existing parcels.
Okay, thanks. And going back to Michael, I appreciate the fact that you believe a 70-year-old can still be a classic, as Mendo and I are coming up on those numbers. But, and to speak of the fact that that building.
There are exceptions to that rule, Gary.
The 210 South Grand building is only 30 years younger than City Hall. So to put things in perspective a little bit, but we need to understand that that current building is almost, it's 70 years old or almost 70 years old. So I like the look of the building. I think it is a classic building. Unlike Michael, I like the fact that these buildings are eclectic and they're going to complement each other. I think I believe that's what Glendora is built on. I don't like the idea of things looking the same, so I like the look of the new building. Parking, huge issue for me. And then I'm also curious, when the planning commission, did they see the option 2 for the 492 spaces?
They did.
They did,
It was
okay.
presented the same way as I presented to you.
Okay,
It was just a suggestion. So, I mean, if you guys want it, you can keep going and talking about it, and that can be an add-in.
I missed it when I watched the meeting, but did they give a reason for not being interested in the option 2?
Not hugely. I think some of the concerns were around compact sizes, I think was one. And then I think that they kind of are, I didn't really emphasize much here about how close this project would be to the meeting our code for. We kind of have a non-conforming parking requirement for expansion of buildings. And it was really close to the percentage that it could be allowed for the grandfathering true kind of argument. I think they kind of bought that maybe a little bit more as well. It wasn't expanded a ton, which is why I wanted to kind of emphasize it again for you guys tonight for your consideration. It's something that can be done. It's something that adds extra parking to it. It would, like I said, it would bring the proposal for option 1 is 466. Option 2 would be 492. To go to your first question, the existing parking is 436.
436, correct.
And so I think that's something to keep in mind in terms of the options. In terms of if you are concerned with the number, well then it's a rare to have a project in front of you where there's already a laid out option alternative for more parking. Usually you can't find design, or somebody's already hasn't presented it as a design option, or they can't physically squeeze it in. You do have a case before you where there is a plan B that could be considered if you want to consider it.
okay. And then, so again, we're looking at adding 30 parking spaces for a 20,000 square foot building.
It depends on how you want to interpret the ratios, but yeah.
Now, I understand, but in reality, that's what it is. We're adding 30 parking spaces, 20,000 square feet. And I got to be honest with you, I'm with everybody else. I spend more time than I should in that medical building. And sometimes it's not easy to find a parking spot. And so I have a real concern with the parking. So that's going to be my issue. No concern about the look of it. The screening of the parking, I think, is a good idea, but I have a real concern about only adding 30 new parking spaces for 20,000 square feet. That's my question to this point. Thanks, guys.
I don't spend time in that medical building per se. The times when I have gone there, I've noticed that people park on the street a lot because they like the convenience of it, even when there are spaces in the parking lot. I think what people confuse two issues, that Foothill Presbyterian Hospital has a big parking issue. That's where I spend more time with my day job. And that definitely, there's an issue there. So I would hope that people wouldn't confuse those two things, because the hospital and their property needs to address anything, especially if they're planning expansion. But I think the medical buildings need to be looked at as a separate issue. And over there, I haven't observed that problem as much as I do on the property to the south. I'm with Mr. Boyer. I don't have a problem with the look of the building. And I appreciate that there's going to be some different landscaping to soften some of that. And hopefully with that area that used to be a fountain and was a rose garden and now is sitting, I think, empty, doing something there to freshen up the existing building would be a big help. But trying to figure out some way to make the parking issue less of a problem, which sounds like definitely that's the sticking point for everyone. So I don't know
Mark?
if anyone has any thoughts. Mendel?
Mark, so the Ballards, David brought that up. I think that's a wonderful thought. So if those were taken out, what if any of that space would be free for parking. Because I just think it's a big ask. It's really a audacious ask to build a 20,000 square foot building and only add 30 spaces. That wouldn't be approved for anybody else. And I think that they need to be required to go back and add spaces and even think about taking some of the ballards or whatever all that stuff is and reconfiguring that. So do you know the number of spaces that could add?
I think we need to be clear about some of the issues. Yeah, we were adding 30 spaces, but we actually had extra parking spaces. You know, when you look at the whole combined site, there are additional parking spaces on the far east of the site that can be used. So keep that in mind. The second issue is the bollards. That was an issue. You know, originally the project, we were encouraging, staff was encouraging all those bollards to go away. That was how it was presented at the first planning commission. And it was at that meeting that the hospital came out and basically said, we want those to remain in place. And the applicant said, we have no problem keeping them in place. And so it's a private issue between the two parties going, they don't want the circulation to flow through. I don't know if we can force traffic to go through the hospital if they don't want it. That's the problem.
Well, I think that the two need to get together and understand that if the hospital is going to expand, parking is going to need to expand too. And they better be thinking about that now, not after the expansion is asked for. And I do agree that staircase on the outside is just atrocious. That is just not even looking good. And but the parking's really the big thing. And I think that, they need to go back and think that through.
Mark, are we able to maybe show them? I know you had a slide showing the option that the Planning Commission chose not to select. The trade-off in getting more parking spaces under that scenario was, and that actually, I believe that met code under that option too. It met the code, but the parking
caveat, I should
spaces,
say it's a 10% reduction of it, but yes, it's within 10% compliance of full compliance.
and the trade-off was that the spaces proposed were smaller.
Smaller, right?
Yeah,
that was the trade-off.
And I would want to just emphasize Karen's concern that I do think I didn't bring up and I should have, is that a lot of the issues that you see are a management issue for parking. I mean, how and where people park and shouldn't be parking is a management issue between the two private parties that should be being handled. The hospital has their share of overflow issues as well. They have a management issue where they have a whole eastern parking lot that's almost empty and people aren't parking way over there and they're parking where it's more convenient. So I think that's something to keep in mind. But the option B is still something to consider with regards to that. I agree the bollards aren't very attractive, that we could, make them more attractive looking. But we can represent the visual on that. Oh, the one other thing that we brought up at the Planning Commission we haven't talked about tonight is that we also suggested, they could do transportation demand measures. A lot of cities require them for buildings of the size, where they require you have to do, bus passes or goal line passes in this case for a certain number of employees, or carpool incentives, or all kinds of things like that, carpool or van pool, or Uber Lyft incentives to reduce the parking requirements and users. And it's measures that do work. I mean, the city does it here for City Hall, and we're several employees here that take advantage of that, and that does reduce the parking demand. So it is something that to consider as well, for if you want to throw everything on the plate in terms of parking. That's something also that we discussed that didn't get added.
Those are all very good options, especially as we anticipate the Gold Line coming to town, trying to encourage people to take advantage of the various alternatives.
Hey, Mark, if you wouldn't mind, I know we've talked a lot about parking this evening, and as the council weighs its options for directing the applicant to come back at a later time with more changes or anything in between, do you just mind help sort of framing the parking issue for us at a high level one more time? The net amount that would have to be added in compliance, sort of what's there now. Can you just walk us?
Yeah, I can
through
do those
that
two
one more
slides
time?
again, or just to emphasize again. Could we go back to the option 1 and 2, I guess?
I think that's what we were talking a little bit about earlier from Jeff too. I just think as the council weighs its options and listens to public testimony, that everyone is understanding what is actually required under the city's code, 1, and number 2, sort of what the options are moving forward if the council chooses to move forward in a certain way or another. Thank you.
It's option 1 again is saying, hey, the existing buildings can be parked at what they were probably originally parked at, which is the 1/200 ratio, which was our original. I don't know when Jeff might be able to say when that was changed, but there was our former ratio, and then the new building would be at the 1/250 ratio. Next slide. And again, they could do that change by changing all the western part of the lot and basically keeping the existing all the blue spaces that can remain. You can kind of see down below, really, if you kind of maybe next slide is a better visual. There you go. You can kind of see here the 2 existing buildings in the 210 and 412 buildings. If you know, those are the 250 ratio, and then that brings you that 200 and the 121 numbers, accounting for the 40 space hospital easement that's also on the site, and then parking the new building at the 200 ratio gets you the 105 requirement for a total of 466. So under this scenario, 466 would be required, and the existing lot could accommodate 466 under that proposal, which is the one the Planning Commission supported.
So kind of just to emphasize the point here. So the city did change the parking ratio for medical about 6-7 years ago, and that was in response to a couple of projects that were built under a 1/250 parking ratio. So under this proposal, option 1, the original buildings are able to be parked where it's sort of your non-conforming. We'll calculate your parking at the 1/250 ratio, which in theory would have been what the requirement was when they were built. And then we'll calculate the parking for the new building at the 1/200 parking ratio. And that way you have a blended where you have that 466 space. And Mark, if I remember, they met that requirement under option 1.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, there was the parking study that was done. I don't know if Mark mentioned this point, but the parking study that was done analyzed the parking demand based on, you know, it had a pretty high rate of occupancy, over 90%, as Mr. Park said, even at the time we did the parking study. And there was a peak hour during the week, usually between 11 and 12, where the parking demand exceeded 90% of the capacity. So there would be a period where, you know, over 90% demand really means that there's no parking available from a practical standpoint. So that's why, in combination with that, if you were going to choose option 1, staff recommended to the Planning Commission that you need to incorporate some transportation demand measures. Things like, you know, providing bus passes, and the Gold Line is going to be opening in a few years, and, you know, carpooling programs and things like that, because you have a complex that has a lot of employees. I mean, you may, on any given day, you may have as many employees as you do patients. So there can be things to be done to manage the parking demand on site through those measures. So that was, hopefully, I wanted to emphasize some points on option 1. So go ahead, Mark.
I know, I just want to thank you. I'd forgotten entirely to bring up the parking study. So this project did have a traffic study, and then we requested a parking analysis be included with that, prepared by a traffic engineer. And they basically kind of concluded what Jeff kind of said, that, you know, it does meet, you know, it's going to be tight, and it does meet the requirements under the proposal. It's going to for parking. Well, you know, and I do also want to just emphasize the visual I'm showing you here. This is the architect's visual. It does say non-conforming use. That's a typo. The uses are conforming. It's not. It's just a non-conforming parking on that for current code. But thank you on the bringing up the parking study. Oh, and then moving on, I guess, for option two. Option two. Again, this is the one where it's saying, hey, we can bring it up to basically code compliance. I think Martindale kind of said it right. The code compliance is, I think, 5.
And code compliance means everything parked at the 1/200
Yes.
ratio, which is the current parking standard for medical.
Yeah. So, but this basically says, hey, we can add 494 spaces, and they could be broken down this way. Again, no space would be smaller than our minimum code requirement. Now we're not asking for less. These are the spaces that already exist in our community, and they would be anywhere between our current standard of 9 by 20 to our allowed small compact, which is 8 by 17. You kind of can see in between are all the numbers in between, and they kind of vary. But he could do, by doing that, you could squeeze parking basically everywhere to get that number up to be the higher number there, the 492 or 494. Next slide. And it basically just shows everywhere would be squeezed in. And the next slide is kind of where the architects kind of spreading that out and explaining that again. Everything's at that 200 ratio. But he does break down there. It kind of says, hey, he says that the 546 is the total parking number on that ratio. He's giving himself a 10% reduction on that. And so that he's saying he can get the 492 and he's at the 494. So that's sort of the scenario that was presented. This was not the accepted scenario by the commission, but this is one the applicant was presenting, saying, hey, I can get it close to the requirement, and this is how I can do it.
Yeah, so if the council can kind of see what the trade-offs were, I think and I'll say something about the reduction, the 10% reduction. It's not uncommon when you have, a mix of different buildings and uses on the same site to grant some sort of, assume some sort of, shared parking reduction. You have these different buildings and uses sharing the same parking field. So there's going to be some, efficiencies gained over the use of the parking lot when you have shared uses on the same site like this. Even though the use is the same, it's still, you have a multitude of different uses on the property. Wanted to say something else, but now my stream of thought just left me. So on the trade-off. So while this does, achieve meeting the parking standard, the trade-off is the size. You're having a little bit narrower parking spaces. If you're concerned about the size of cars that people tend to drive around, then yes, there's going to be a convenience factor. And if you're driving a Ford Raptor to the doctor's office, you're going to have a difficulty finding a place to fit that crazy large vehicle. So, but nevertheless, I think we've worked a long time with the with the planning commission and the applicant to come up with these options. So
yeah, if you want to go one slide back, just to emphasize something that the architect didn't bring up, one more. The architect did also point out that, hey, LA County has standards that are less than ours. If we wanted to kind of be, comparable, we didn't do a comparison with the other cities, but the architect kind of presented that what the county standards are. So for in terms of width requirements. So I guess for comparison's sake, the parking requirements are not a state requirement for sizes. So it's a local jurisdiction's requirement, and it can vary. So,
Madam Mayor, I'd like to propose a motion just to see kind of where it flies. If you would allow that.
There is a city to the west of us. Sounds a lot like Glendale that has the narrower parking spots, and it's not a pleasant thing to park there. So I wouldn't lean towards making them smaller, but go ahead, sir, if you have a motion.
Well, I would move that we approve the recommendation of staff with the caveat of moving to option 2 for parking. That the existing buildings would be painted upon the new built building being done, and that the outside staircase be moved inside.
Well, can you just Bill comment on the stair moving in? And we're having a major trouble because if you bring in the stair inside, well, number one, we trouble the touching the helipad pass, and then plus that increase the floor area, the automatically trigger additionally, particularly the parking requirement. So I'm really recommend technically trouble to put in an extra stair inside. Major technical issue, right?
Mr. Thompson, would you be willing to adapt that to say additional screening or architectural treatment on that exterior staircase?
Yes, I would.
Mr. Park, would that suffice?
Yes.
I will second your motion if you are willing.
Well, I'm just trying to, keep our night going here.
Add in there the other parking incentive that Mr. Carnahan mentioned in terms of employees and ride sharing and.
I would support that.
Okay.
Yes.
And I may add one more suggestions and questions in terms of the screening of the building and the landscaping of the plaza were not in the resolution. Those were items for you guys to consider. Are those measures you would also like to consider adding?
Yes, I would. I don't know if our mayor would concur, but.
Mando, does it make more sense to put your motion out there to continue this hearing and have them bring it back with the suggested changes that we're asking for so we have a final look at it?
Yes, and I think that would be the better approach to give everybody a chance to take a breath and step back. But I just, we were kind of at a point where we need to keep the meeting going. So
do you want to amend your motion?
I certainly would be fine doing that if our mayor would agree to that.
I'll ask Mr. Carnahan and Mr. Kugel, how does that affect the bigger picture?
There's no permit streamlining act requirements because this is a general plan amendment and zone change. So we could continue it if necessary.
So if you continue it, you either ought to continue it to a day certain. If not, we're going to have to renotice it.
Yeah, I would appreciate that.
Okay.
So how long will it take for the revised plans to get circulated and back? A month?
I think we should ask the architect, maybe. A month is quick because we're already finalizing the agenda for a month from now.
October.
2 months?
November?
October 12th? No?
Well, internally we have no problem, the proposing, but it March, you have to decide. We are ready, right away. But, right.
I'm not sure what you just said.
He's ready right away.
Right.
They're ready to build right away. Well, I get that, but we're not ready to approve right away.
Right. So I'm talking to Mark, the kind of use schedule. Right.
Could we have everything ready to go by September 28th?
Possibly. We're planning staff is anticipating another very large project on that same meeting, possibly. The Citrus Oak project might be going to council that night.
Okay.
I'd probably prefer to not go on that meeting, but I can do some arranging. I can make it work. If everybody's inclined for September 28th, we can make it work.
I think the mayor pro tem was also going to comment, so I don't want to make promises on dates of just throwing it out there just to check staff's availability.
No, I wasn't planning on commenting. It was just when this comes back, I mean, I think the only real disagreement is the parking. So I think this could be a very condensed conversation when it comes back to address the parking concerns.
I'm not so sure that's true. It sounds like the exterior staircase is an issue. Depends on how they mask it or mass it. And landscaping still has to be finalized. So I think
And
it's,
as staff, yeah, I would also concur as staff, I'd want some further direction for the continuation in terms of what you're actually asking for the parking. If we're doing option
it was,
two,
it
are we
was
doing
option
option two with
two.
the TOD?
The motion was for option two.
To show option two with the TOD measures included.
Right.
Correct.
So if I'm hearing it correctly, just to know a lot of us are talking, I don't want to, option two, which has been fully, I mean, developed enough for the project, and there's a plan associated with that as well. The only thing that's missing is the condition of approval that we would add regarding TDM measures be incorporated. So that would be a one-line addition to the resolutions. The issue regarding design, exterior design of the staircase, I think it would, you know, for June to do something, for staff to have a chance to, I don't know, maybe talk to June about that. How long do you think it would take you to June to come up with some plans for the exterior staircase?
As possible, right?
But how long?
Well, give us like 2 or 3 weeks. That's sufficient time.
All right, so we're looking, I think, at the earliest to continue this. I recommend based on that, like second meeting in October.
Okay, so back to the October 12th, or no, that would be,
I would do second meeting.
okay.
Give us enough time. 2 more weeks beyond that.
26th, is that right?
October 26th.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Mendel, is that your motion?
Yes, ma'am. And the painting, you know, I like the painting scheme. I just would like everything to be done. So right at the start.
so that we've got a clear record, then it's a motion to continue until October 26th with direction that staff and the applicant move to option 2 of the parking, that the applicant design and share with staff and get staff's reaction to a method of screening or improving the aesthetics of the outdoor staircase, that you add painting of the surrounding buildings as a condition of approval, and that the applicant and staff consider and recommend a landscaping plan, and that there be a TDL study with specific recommendations as to parking measures that would reduce the demand for parking. Was there anything else that needs to be included in the next submissions?
No, you said it well, Bill.
It'd be nice if we had some agreement between the properties on access. Remove the barriers.
Well, unfortunately, I think that's not within our purview, so. But it would be nice to have that agreement. So,
Agreed.
council members, you can use your bully pulpit on the hospital.
Now that has been a discussion that has gone on for many years, so.
Oh, okay.
With the motion moved and seconded, Ms. Sussman, I'll turn it over to you for the vote.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember Alowis,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes,
Motion passes 5-0.
thank you. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Mr. Park, and we'll look forward to October 26th. Okay, that takes us to consent calendar. The items on the consent calendar can be approved by one motion. So do I have a motion to approve items 9 through 17?
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilmember Alowis, and I think I heard a second from Councilmember Thompson.
It's Friedendahl. That's fine.
No, it was not me.
David, okay, from Councilmember Friedendahl. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Alowis,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes,
Motion carries 5-0.
thank you. That takes us to member agenda items, Gold Line project updates, communication. That was requested by Mayor Pro Tem Boyer and Councilmember Alawaz. Mr. Raymond, if you'd like to report.
Just really briefly, but before I turn it over to the Mayor Pro Tem and council member, at our last council meeting, the council requested staff return for a communication conversation on the Gold Line. Included in the staff report is a brief overview how both the city and authority communicate with the public when they tend to do so on a broad basis, from emails and presentations to social media, to attending events and everything in between. We also mentioned very briefly how council members in the city do legislative discussions and changes and express points of view. And with that, the staff report also makes mention of the previous conversations we've had at the council, including the last one that was pretty robust based on security, the parking layout, and the project to date. So with that, I would turn it back over to you and the Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Alawis for conversation and staff direction.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
Okay, thank you, Karen. You know what, we had a great discussion and a report on the Gold Line at our last meeting at June 13th. And Mendo, I got to tell you, I love that video. I have a feeling there was some really cool music that went to it that we
Yes,
didn't get
there
a chance
was,
to hear.
but I didn't hear it, at least on my iPad, so
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I hadn't seen that video before. That really puts into perspective what these guys are working with and how
Exactly.
big this project is. But you know, one of the things that we need to keep in mind, we got a great update, but we also got a surprise on July 13th when we were told that if the Gold Line gets funding to expand the project to Montclair, our station, our tracks are not going to be open until the whole thing is done, which is going to be 2026, possibly even 2027 by the time they get it to Montclair. And I guarantee you there's probably going to be some new faces sitting on this council by the time that date comes along. The Gold Line is the largest project, the most influential project in the city of Glendora since the 210 freeway was expanded. And that was back in the 1980s, which was 40 years ago when that happened. Right now, Mendel serves as the Glendora's delegate on the Gold Line Construction Authority Board, and I serve as his alternate to the Construction Authority. And I've been the alternate since 2015. Mendel also serves on the Gold Line Board of Directors, and he was appointed by the city of South Pasadena. And even though they sound like they're the same position, they're not. They're different. So we are well represented with the Gold Line. I believe that because of the importance of this project, that it would be beneficial for us to have more than just the two of us involved in this project. The fact that even if the project gets completed in 2025, there's still a good chance that there's going to be new council members on this. And I would like to see us alternating the position of the alternate so that more council members can be involved in direct communication with the Gold Line. So what I recommended at the last meeting was to continue with Mendel being our delegate, and he's on the board, and that's great, does a great job with it. But I would like to see the alternate position rotated, and the recommendation I made was that it be the mayor. And the reason I felt it was appropriate to be the mayor was the fact that the mayor is involved in a lot of things going on with the Gold Line, on a regular basis, even though you may not have that position. Whatever we decide, I think it's also important that we talk about communication, because we've had some communication glitches in reference to the gold line, and it's too important for us to not be able to communicate and be consistent with the message that the city of Glendora puts out. So I would like to propose again that we alternate the position of alternate to the Gold Line Construction Authority Board. And I would like to see us adopt a policy that would include that any communication with anybody in reference to the gold line, not communication with residents and stuff, but when we're talking to people involved in the construction of the gold line, that all of that communication go through the delegate and the alternate as we move forward. So that was the point I was trying to make last time. I know it was a long conversation, but that's the conversation I like to have and have us consider tonight. And Michael, I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add.
Yes, I do. So a couple of things. Right now, we already do have, I believe, within our bylaws and our rules that we do go through the delegate and the alternate for all their assignments on the outside. So I believe we already have that in place. Second question I have, and this is directed more towards council, is I don't know if we're going to have many things coming back to council to vote on for the goal line. Is there any concern of any Brown Act issues if we rotate this throughout the process? And that being said, hypothetically, Gary, you may be mayor next cycle, and so you're going to be in the same spot again as you are now. So how would that work, or would that just be part of the process that you're envisioning?
Yeah, that would be part of the process. The fact is that between now and especially if we're talking 2027, there's going to be 5 or 6 different mayors during that time period. So that would allow for 5 or 6 different members of the council to be involved in that. And thinking about it, we probably have to make an exception of Mendel's mayor. But I like the idea of having the rotation so that all of us are involved in those conversations, and it sort of forces us to make sure that we're knowledgeable about everything that's going on with the gold line. So that was my recommendation, and that's the point I was trying to make. So at this point, we Karen, I know when I threw that out there at you, you didn't know what I was doing, but you had some concerns about it. And I don't know if after you've thought about it, or if I explained a little bit better, if you still have those concerns.
Well, thank you. I think it's fine the way that it is. I have no real objection to your idea about mayor, but I think that the gold line is excellent. All of us get updates, emails. Mendel is good about sharing anything that's not included in all of the many communiques that we get. I think that it's just important to stress that whoever those reps are, that they're the people talking to the gold line, no one else, unless council makes that decision. And so to me, I think the communication just needs to be clarified. So whether it's the mayor or somebody else, I don't think, to me, it doesn't matter. It's just the point that those are the people representing us to those entities. And then in terms of communication coming back, I know Mendel felt a need to share even more information, which thank you, Mendel, but a lot of that we already get. And so I don't think you need to be apologetic about not sharing stuff, because it has been shared with us. So I leave it to the council majority as to if you feel that we need to change it from the way that it is.
So Bill, I have a question out to you that I asked you to answer if there's a Brown Act issue with this.
I don't understand how there would be.
It was just put out prior, so I'm just want to clarify on the record if there would be. I didn't think there would be either, but I just wanted your concurrence.
So if you're rotating who the alternate member of the council as a liaison between the city, the council, and the goal line, you've only got 2 liaisons, so by definition, there can't be a violation of the Brown Act. The way there would be a violation of the Brown Act is if those 2 people were briefing a 3rd member of the council independently and soliciting a collective concurrence on some issue that would come before the council for action. But the council really, as I understand it, and Councilmember Thompson can correct me if I'm wrong, the council has no decision-making authority with respect to the goal line. I think the goal line, you know, we serve an advice and consent function, but at the end of the day, the goal line can do whatever it wants to do. So I'm not sure that anything that would come before the council related to the goal line would require the council to take an action other than to express an opinion, which the goal line, I'm sure, will carefully consider and take under advisement, but which it has no obligation to follow. Am
And
I
that
wrong?
and $5 might get you a cup of coffee.
Yeah. So I can't conceive of how there would be a Brown Act violation is the point of that dialectic. How's that?
Perfect. That's all I wanted, is for you to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, Mendel and David, if you guys.
Yeah, I was going to say, Councilmember Friedendahl, did you have any comments?
What sort of time period would you suggest for the rotation?
It would be a rotation, just like we rotate all of our other assignments annually.
Oh, okay, all right.
So the resolution we passed that has the council assignments under the proposal, we would just put mayor as the alternate. And if Mendel becomes mayor during his tenure, that we would cross that bridge when it came, so to speak.
Yes, that would be my recommendation.
And the other part of your recommendation, Mayor Pro Tem, would be for staff to return with a policy for council consideration on how the communication on the goal line would work.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm staying out of this because it seems like I'm the
Kick
lightning
in.
rod. So
You're the only consistent one.
I agree with what has been said, and I'm honored to serve on the JPA, which is the construction side. And then, as Gary said, I'm appointed by South Pass for a 3 or 4 year term on the authority board. And so my backup on that board is the Ontario mayor, which is kind of weird because he was appointed by the South Pass board too. But JPA construction is I think what Gary's talking about. So
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then
I just feel like we're trying to create something to fix an issue that maybe we already dealt with. And so I don't know if there's a need to do anything going forward, but.
Well, let's see. I'll make a motion that we adjust our assignments for the alternate to the Gold Line Construction Authority to be assigned to the mayor, and for staff to investigate and come back with a recommendation to make sure that communications are handled through the delegate and the alternate. Is that clear?
I'll second that.
Can I request clarification? Bill, normally those appointments are made by resolution. Do I need to does that need to be brought back, or can we do it?
Yeah, we'll bring back a resolution.
Yeah, we'll bring it back, right?
Point of clarification, I believe we already have that language as far as communication going through the delegate and the alternate. You just want to.
So
That's
what
why
would-
my motion said to investigate it and bring it back to us if not.
So it sounds like the change that would need to be made is that the alternate is the mayor.
Yes.
Simple as that.
Right. Okay.
Is there a second?
Yes, David did.
David did.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyer, a second by Councilmember Friedendahl. I'll conduct a roll call vote. Councilmember Alowis,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes, if that's appropriate, Bill.
It is totally appropriate.
Okay, yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
Mayor Davis.
I think we need to change it, but I'll say yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
It's easier to say yes than no in this case.
Yeah, I think the second part of that is the more important part, the communication. Okay, thank you very much. That takes us to unfinished business. Draft housing element for compliance with the 6th cycle regional housing needs assessment. And I will invite Community Development Director Jeff Kugel to report. Mr. Kugel.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. So the housing element, which is a chapter of the city's general plan. The general plan is the city's primary policy document for planning for the community's growth. And tonight, after several public meetings on the subject, we are presenting a draft in advance of forwarding the draft to the state of California for their review. It's been available to the public on the city's website for a week. That was noticed through social media, as well as sending out an email blast to all those who've expressed an interest, plus groups within the community who we would send this to, and developers. And so what I want to do, because we work on this project in partnership with a consultant, and I'm going to invite Veronica Tam from Veronica Tam and Associates to present the draft element for you tonight. And so I think, Kathleen, if you can unmute Veronica, and I'll turn it over to you, Veronica.
Great, thank you. We've certainly have met many times over the last year or so to go over the housing element, but for the benefit of the public, just want to give a general overview of what is the housing element, what we're doing, why we're doing this. The housing element is part of your general plan. It's one of the mandated elements of the general plan. What the housing element differs from the rest of the general plan is that it has to be updated more frequently than the rest of the general plan. Other general plan elements has probably about 20-25 year horizon. The housing element, we're looking at it every 8 years. Currently, we're dealing with the 6th cycle update from 2021 to 2029. The 5th cycle housing element will expire on October 15, 2021. So this one covers from 2021 to 2029. Next slide. The housing element looks at the needs in your community and what would be the best way to accommodate those needs, not only of your current residents, but also future residents. And also what sets the housing element apart from the rest of the general plan in that it has to be reviewed by a state agency for compliance with state law, and that's State Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD. Next slide. The key components of the housing element requirements, like I mentioned before, looking at the current and future housing needs. How do you accommodate the projected housing demand as mandated by the state through the regional housing needs assessment process? And that was the time that, the reason why we spent a lot of time with the City Council and the Planning Commission and the community in identifying adequate sites to accommodate the housing demand. In the housing element, we also need to look at opportunities and constraints, resources available, and lastly, programs to address the housing needs. Next slide. So what are the major changes that we've made to your current housing element, the 5th cycle housing element? Definitely, we did a comprehensive update to the demographic and housing data because the last one was done more than 8 years ago. And we also adjusted some of the discussions and requirements based on new state law. Between 2017 and 2020, and even as of now, the state has passed a lot of new state laws, particularly relating to housing production, and removal of governmental constraint. So this particular housing element update has to reflect all those new changes. The regional housing needs allocation, how to accommodate that, and also some new requirements of what constitute a site and what happens if you do not, when you have to provide for sites with rezoning and upzoning after October 15 this year. The other things that we have changed is the ADUs related to how you facilitate and encourage the development of ADUs as a requirement state law. And also there's been a lot of new laws relating to zoning provisions for housing for the homeless and special needs groups. Next slide. So the key component of the housing element is the regional housing needs assessment, how you accommodate that. And a major challenge is in your fifth cycle, your RHNA was only 686 units. And at that time it was already quite difficult. But now this round, your regional housing needs assessment is almost 2,300 units. And that is because there is a substantial increase in the requirements for the entire SCAC region. So the city proportionally get a much larger number this round. Next slide. So in the last year or so, 6 to 9 months, the staff and consultants spent a lot of time in coming up with the strategy, working with the City Council and Planning Commission with the strategies of meeting this regional housing needs allocation. It's a must-do requirement. And so what we have done is accounting for the credits, projects that are in the pipeline. Not a lot, but then we do have about 84 units that are in the pipeline. We're also allowed to project the amount of accessory dwelling units that may be developed over the next 8 years. With that, we have a remaining RHNA that we must accommodate with sites. And based on your current zoning and specific plans, we are unable to fully accommodate that. And so part of the strategies is to restore some of the density that were eliminated a few years back at the Route 66 corridor specific plan. The other thing that we propose is increasing the density, the high density residential destination in the Arrow Highway specific plan from 25 units to the acre to 30 units to the acre, because the state has established a default density of 30 units to the acre as being feasible for lower income housing. And so with all that, staff did a really diligent effort in identifying properties within those specific plan area. And we also have some vacant and underutilized properties outside of the specific plan areas. Those are primarily in your lower density neighborhoods to accommodate your above moderate income. With all of that effort, we're able to identify the remaining RHNA with a buffer that is recommended by the state. The state recommends at least 15 to 30 units, 30% of your RHNA for buffer, because there is a new state law called no net loss. Every time you build with fewer units than anticipated or a different income, you have to make sure that you continue to have capacity for your remaining RHNA. And for that new law, the state recommends between 15 and 30% of a buffer. Next slide. So
okay,
go ahead, Jeff. I kind of went ahead and explained that, but maybe you're better off in explaining these.
I just wanted to quickly remind the council, as you'll recall, we spent a lot of time with the commission and council exploring 3 options to meet our RHNA requirement, our housing sites inventory, as Veronica was explaining. And just to remind you, the council selected option C. This is the slide from that June meeting, which presented option C. And you'll notice that under the option C at the bottom of the table, if you look at the current density and the proposed density on Route 66, all we've done is we're bumping up on Route 66 the height in the Barranca Gateway from 2 stories to 3 stories and 30 units to the acre. And that again is to achieve that default low income density that Veronica was referencing. So that's what all we're doing on Route 66. Everything remains status quo. Also on Arrow Highway, we're bumping up the density. In most areas, it's either 2 stories and 20 or 25 units to the acre. So we're bumping that up along Arrow Highway, the specific plan, to 3 stories and 30 units to the acre. And again, that is consistent with the council's goal to make sure that we were not going to allow within our code, at least without any buildings that were over 30 units and 3 stories, 30 units to the acre and 3 stories. Next slide, please. In addition to those 2 modifications to existing residential zones, we also indicated that we were going to restore a couple of areas that were in a mixed use zone in the Route 66 specific plan prior to 2017. So that zone is referred to as the TCMU, and it's the area that directly up, it's the purple represented in this map. I've drawn 2 red boxes down on the south, on sort of the lower right quadrant of this slide. And those are 2 areas that were rezoned in 2017, but under the housing element update, we would come back to you within 3 years and add these 2 areas back into the town center mixed use subdistrict, or the purple subdistrict on this slide, which allows 3 stories and 30 units to the acre. Next slide. In addition to that, to achieve that buffer that Veronica mentioned, in order to meet the state requirements, and also so we don't have a problem with the no net loss provisions of the state law in terms of your housing unit capacity, we searched out and found a number of sites that do not require any rezoning, but we believe are candidates for the sites inventory. Most of them are vacant or underutilized lots within single family zones. We did, however, add 2 areas, one on Vermont and one on Route 66, to existing sites. We added additional land. So no rezoning. These are just additional sites, again, so we could achieve that buffer. And so with that, I just want to cover where we were from June to now with the sites inventory. And I'll turn it over to Veronica to finish up her presentation.
Great, thank you, Jeff. So a part of the housing element is certainly we have to come up with housing programs, and affordable housing development is to some extent a requirement that we include in the housing element. How do you facilitate the production of affordable housing? Even though arena for the low income arena is large, that is just to accommodate from a planning perspective. In terms of actual production, there's not really that much resources to do affordable housing at that kind of magnitude. But based on probably trends and city efforts, we were aiming at about 100 units of affordable units over the next 8 years. Density bonus is one thing that the city has as a tool for affordable housing, and under state law, there's been a lot of changes to the density bonus program. So the housing element would need to set a schedule for the city to update it to be consistent with the state requirement. Next slide. Objective design standards is required by SB 330, and the city will be looking at that and updating the design guidelines to comply with state law. That's one way to facilitate and streamline housing review and production. Housing for special needs, that's again, the state has changed a lot of the laws relating to city regulations pertaining to emergency shelters, supportive housing, and community care facilities. These are primarily zoning code amendments that we would have to make in the next couple of years. Next slide. So with that, we just want to kind of recap. We've done a lot of meetings in the last 6 months or so. The last one being Planning Commission study sessions on April 6th and May 4th to talk about the arena, and then we went to the staff went to the City Council on June 3rd, which ultimately kind of resulted in the selection of option C for the site inventory. So since then we've put together the draft housing element, and it's been available for public review since last week. And we were hoping to have the housing element out for at least a week more, and then we'll send it off to the HCD with your permission to send it to HCD to initiate the 60-day review. That's mandatory. Next slide. So that's actually, yeah, I'm a little bit ahead of myself, but essentially we're hoping, with your permission, we will be able to initiate the 60-day review probably the first week of September. With that, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you, Veronica. I appreciate all that information. Bring it back to the council for questions and discussions. Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you to both of you for an excellent job on a major thing for us. I was able to brief today with Jeff, and he was able to answer any question that I had. So I'm supportive of this. And when the time comes, I would be more than happy to move the adoption. So thank you.
Councilmember Alawaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Jeff, for the report. So just as a recap, we're rezoning some vacant lots to get to the extra buffer. We are going south of Route 66 to 3 stories on Glendora Avenue. And the other one, was it the Barranca Gateway going to 3 stories instead of 2? Is that correct?
Yes.
So where is that on the map of whereabouts in the Barranca Gateway? Is it the whole gateway?
The Barranca Gateway subdistrict generally covers the area on Route 66 between Grand and Barranca.
Okay.
There's a sub-district that just covers the corner, but once you get in a couple of properties, then it's really about, almost not quite to Forestdale, all the way to Barranca.
So that's on both sides of the street?
Not on both sides. When you get at the very east end, there's a residential single-family neighborhood on the south side, and it doesn't include that area.
But both sides except for that area?
Yeah.
And Jeff, can you provide a little bit of clarity about the vacant lots and rezoning? Is it in some cases just pointing at the existing zoning on those lots?
Right. So those, you're correct. It's there is no upzoning on those vacant lots. It's simply those lots would be available for development.
Okay. We had talked about this before, but could you expand a little bit on some of the environmental justice communities that's on page 1522, and some of the requirements for the state and federal requirements that we have to do, you folks have to do, and or have other outside agencies help us with?
Right. So one of the things that we have to do really immediately subsequent to adopting this, we have to update the environmental, we have to look at issues of environmental justice. And then we also have to update the city's safety element of the general plan. The environmental justice element has to do with how communities that are at risk of environmental impacts related to industrial and commercial uses and where you place your housing. There is a tool that the state has created to identify those communities with a particular score. We actually do not have really any neighborhoods with a high concentration of environmental impacts on the residential neighborhoods, or a concentration of minority communities. But we will have to analyze that and address it in our general plan. Likewise, other changes we're going to have to make to our general plan. There are new regulations regarding development, primarily in very high fire hazard zones. And so we've already been in touch with CAL FIRE about, what we're expected to do within our safety elements. So immediately subsequent to this, we'll have to update other sections of our general plan that I've just generally outlined.
So how much time do we have between our submission and approval to implementing this if we find any issues that we have to address?
So we need to start updating the environmental, we need to do the environmental justice and safety element stuff as ASAP. With regard to the zoning that's required to accommodate the sites, the areas on Route 66 that need to be upzoned and Arrow Highway, that needs to be done within 3 years.
Okay. Yeah, last question for you, or Veronica. Do we know of any city that's already been approved for the sixth housing element?
Only primarily in the San Diego region because their cycle is about 6 months ahead of you. But in the SCAG region, I don't believe there's any approved yet because we're all kind of going through the same process.
Do you know if anyone's got rejected?
Well, I wouldn't say they're rejected, but HCD has been extremely meticulous in their review. And so a lot of times we have to go back and forth with HCD for multiple discussions and clarification and revision. So this has been a very onerous process. And that's part of the reason why some of this, I haven't seen too many cities in the SCAG region having an approved element yet.
So Veronica, out of curiosity, how many cities do you service with your service?
My company itself, that's about 20 something cities in the SCAG region.
So comparatively speaking with the other cities that you're working with, your company's working with, how confident do you feel with our plan moving forward?
I think it's pretty good. I do know that they are very picky with the sites, so we have to make sure that we do a very good job in explaining the site strategy, but generally it's a pretty solid strategy.
All right, thank you, Veronica. Thank you, Jeff. That's all the questions I have.
Councilmember Friedendahl.
Okay, thank you, Jeff and staff, and Veronica, excellent work. Offered us this many times, so I'm good. I'm ready to go with it. Thank you.
Thanks. Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
No questions. Great job to everybody involved. Jeff, I know we didn't make your life easy, so I appreciate your patience with us, but I think we landed this well. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Yes, good job. Thank you for all of your hard work, and I will entertain a motion.
Also move.
I'll second.
I'll second.
So I have a motion by Councilmember Friedendahl, a second by Councilmember Alowis to authorize the Community Development Director to submit the draft to the State Department of Housing and Community Development for review and comment. I'll conduct a roll call vote. Councilmember Alowis.
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
Yes.
Mayor Davis.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And knowing that we still have a few items left on our agenda and it is after 10 o'clock, if there's consensus in agreeing to go beyond our 10:30 curfew.
So moved.
Second.
All right. No objections? Very good.
Okay.
All right, then we will continue to new business. First reading of an ordinance regulating parking on public property in city alleys. And Chief Egan.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council, and any public still watching with us. This is item 20. This is the first reading and a little bit of a recap of how we got to where we are now. Also going to take some opportunity to highlight some of the public comments from the beginning of the council session, as well as some correspondence that staff has had with community members regarding this topic. Next slide, please. So for background, during the March 9th meeting, Councilmember Boyer requested to kick this off into motion to request a review of how early morning parking restrictions were applied to the alleyways. In that meeting, we returned on May 11th and discussed how early morning parking is allowed in alleys, that the early morning parking ordinance was not being enforced in alleyways by way of staff decision from predating my time here at the city of Glendora. We continued our enforcement in the public streets, but not in the public alleyways. We facilitated a lot of effort to communicate with community members. Next slide, please. And on June 29th, we entertained a really good meeting. It was a community conversation on alley parking. We had about 55 community members and about 20 individuals from the city and its partners. That included staff members, council members, representatives from LA County Fire, representatives from Athens Services, which is our trash provider for the city of Glendora. We had an easy goal. It was just to provide an overview of what the alleys look like, talk about what alleys, the widths are, problems, recent concerns, expectations about what this topic would look like moving forward if council entertained one of the options, which is why we're here tonight, and allowed for a lot of free flow back and forth questioning so that we could get a sense of where the community was at and answer questions. During the July 13th city council meeting, we returned back. We provided the report on that community conversation and sought direction. And following that discussion, Councilmember Friedendahl proposed a motion which passed 5-0 to regulate and restrict alley parking on public property. Next slide, please. We developed a draft ordinance which was tailored to meet council's direction from that meeting. The draft language is included here, and I will read it out loud. No person shall stop, stand, or park a vehicle in any alley as defined by the vehicle code for any purpose other than temporary loading or unloading of such a vehicle. Such temporary loading or unloading shall not exceed 20 minutes, and in no event shall a driver of any vehicle leave less than 10 feet of the unobstructed travel lane in such an alley. The city council by resolution adopted at a regularly noticed meeting exempt certain alleys or portions thereof subject to subsection A, which means that even if there is an exemption, they have to leave 10 foot of clearance. Provided that the council have first received a written request signed by 80% of the owners of record of the residents abutting such alleys and portions thereof to exempt the same from the subsection. And then section C addresses the early morning parking, which means that alleys as defined by section of the vehicle code, both GMC and the vehicle code, shall not be eligible for participation in the early morning parking permit set forth in the other code. Next slide, please. A quick recap of what alleys are, just so that we're all on the same page. An alley is defined by the vehicle code, as I stated before, of section 110. It's a roadway that's not exceeding 25 feet in width. It's primarily used for the access to the rear or side entrances of abutting properties. In Glendora, we have approximately 6.2 miles of alleys, touches about 982 residents. They range from about 15 feet to about 20 feet. Some are improved, some are not improved. They're non-directional, not striped, not delineated or otherwise marked. Speedway is always 15 miles an hour by prima facie, which is on face value as defined by the vehicle code at 15 miles an hour. And presently, there's no municipal code regulating any parking, a time or location or otherwise that addresses alleys. Next slide, please. Two quick maps. One is of the northern section of town. The legend denotes during our parking survey, how many vehicles on average are found in those such alleyways. Green is 0 to 2. The yellowish orange is 3 to 7, and red is 8 or more vehicles. Next slide, please. Same legend applies to an alleyway section in the south end of town off of Gladstone, nearest Sunflower and Valley Center. Next slide, please. To conduct the survey, staff utilized an engineering firm. We did car counts during peak alley use, which is 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. on evenings. June 17th and June 22nd counted an average of 173 vehicles parked in the alleys. Included in here and in previous presentations by myself for the alley are some slides to show some sample parking scenarios. So we'll just flip through those quickly just to refresh your recollection. Go ahead. And this is 400 block of North Glendora, Vermont. You can go. Thank you. There's Vermont. That's an unimproved. Here's North Minnesota. 1100 block of East Gladstone. Lorraine and Leodora, this is a contract vehicle. So what you'll find in these photos are examples of both residents or community members parking like they normally would, and contractors or service vehicles. You know, oftentimes we have, you know, pools redone, rooms added on, contractors coming to paint houses or fences or rebuild things. Sometimes it's emergency repairs. Next slide, please. Many of these properties which have alleyway abutment use the alleys for delivery of goods. Next slide, please. Many have contractors and other vehicles that do arrive in the alleyway. And so we had a good sampling of different photos to see what that was, what we were looking at. Following our direction on the 13th, staff mailed 2 letters to all residents that had an address that were bordering alleyways. The first one, which was sent out about 4 weeks ago, notified everyone that the city council's, what the city council's direction was. And the second one provided recommended ordinance language. Both letters, as you heard on public comment, encouraged the public to contact the city with questions. We did that by establishing a direct email address, alleyparking@cityofglendora.org, which came to staff members so that we could get some community response. When I created this presentation, we had 6 individual addresses: the 100 block of South Vista Bonita, the 100 block of East Bennett, 200 block of East Carroll, 1100 East Gladstone, 200 block of South Vermont, and 100 South Washington. In addition to that, today, before this meeting began, we also received correspondence from 100 South Pennsylvania, another resident of the 1000 block of East Gladstone. You heard from them on public comment, and another resident in the 600 block of South Glendora Avenue, plus an additional 4 on public comment that talked about requesting an exemption. Next slide, please. What we found from the feedback of these correspondence is that most had varying degrees of reasons or rationale. Some had talked about Front Street parking congestion concerns, a lot of dense housing. If they were forced to no longer park in the public right of way in the alley, they'd have to be parking on the street in front of their home, which would require the purchase of a yearly parking permit. And if 1, 2, 3, 4 homes in a row were to have to displace 1 or 2 cars, it would create some congestion in the front street parking. Some had vehicle size or type issues. Oftentimes we hear of older garages, which may be narrow or not so tall. And a lot of us, I think Mr. Friedendahl mentioned that the #1 sales of vehicles is pickup trucks, which don't often fit in garages nowadays because of their length or perhaps their height or width. So we had a few community members discuss that concern as well, and not having adequate room for oversized or larger vehicles. Some were construction or trade vehicles as well. Some, as you heard on public comment, have no driveway or garage for vehicle parking on their property. Some have restricted front parking. They have signs or red curbs. There's a particular section on Vista Bonita and a particular section on Gladstone, which when we get to resolution, and talking about exemptions, staff has recommended those portions be automatically exempted due to the signage and the red curb. And then some community members just simply reported that they had no problems with parking in their neighborhoods and did not want any restrictions to be imposed. Next slide, please. Within the draft ordinance, as I said, there's an exemption review and process. This will be a cooperative staff item paired with Public Works. The draft allowance will be if a neighborhood requests it, if a particular neighbor asks for it, we're going to require them to initiate a petition with 80% of the neighbors supporting the exemption from the neighborhood alleyway. That petition is going to have to be forwarded to the Traffic Safety Committee for consideration and recommendation. What they'll look at is, what is the housing density? What is the access to parking? What is the displacement of parking going to do? Are there restrictions that we didn't catch or that we're not aware of, or some other environmental concerns that we didn't take into account? So a review will be done. If the Traffic Safety Committee supports that recommendation, a public hearing will be set for resolution, and then we'll return to council seeking approval and adoption of a parking exemption through your concurrence. Next slide, please. During the survey, staff reviewed parking restrictions, like I said, and other such areas. And two, as I indicated by way of this action tonight, were automatically deemed to be exempt by staff recommendation, which is the alleyway between Vista Bonita and Glendora Avenue from Carroll to Ada. That section of the roadway has no parking. There is absolutely no front street parking. The same goes for the alleyway between Gladstone and Essex Street from Bradford to Valley Center. There is a section of that block which has either red curb or restricted parking. And staff recommends that entire section be exempted so that if one section of the block has an exemption, the other one does not. And we would want to not have displaced people from one area parking in another, creating more congestion and thus exacerbating the problem. Both of these segments have restricted parking, like I said. It's either at or immediately adjacent to the neighborhood. Next slide, please. Alternative to the exemption. So if a neighborhood fails to meet the traffic safety recommendation, if it's a preference, if the Traffic Safety Committee and Public Works engineers go out and look, and there's really no factual basis that meets that requirement, or the 80% is not met, yearly parking permits can be applied for and obtained through the police department. The conditions of those are listed under GMC 10-12-022. There's a link on this presentation. It can be found through the City of Glendora website. If you just type in your search bar at the top of the city main splash page, parking, and you'll see a tab for parking permits. In essence, a yearly permit. I know one of the public commenters responded that $25 a week is excess amount of money. Yearly permits for vehicles which have no other place to park and which all available parking is already taken care of or being used, or it's inadequate based on how that property is laid out. Can apply for a permit, $75. It goes for a whole year. You can park in the street, you get a sticker. We do ask that if it's an employer vehicle, there's some conditions where you need to prove ownership and that it is a take-home vehicle. The review process is fairly straightforward and very streamlined, and we can process those very quickly. All the other frequently asked questions about vehicle size and type and where you can and can't park can be found under the FAQ section in the parking tab. Next slide, please. Our recommendation tonight is that the council adopt a resolution. The resolution is approving and adopting an alleyway parking exemption pursuant to the Municipal Code 10-12-100B. and introduce for first reading tonight an ordinance adding the section 1012-100 to chapter 1012 titled Stopping, Standing, and Parking of Title 10 Vehicles and Traffic to the Glendora Municipal Code to regulate and prohibit parking in alleys by reading a title only and waiving further reading. Allison is on the call as well. Adam, Mr. Raymond has been diligent at communicating with public comment and our email correspondence with community members, and can offer, we're all here to offer any advice or questions or recommendations. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Chief. Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
Sorry, my mouse stopped working. You know, there's a couple of things. First off, I want to clarify in the report that on the March 11 or the May 11th meeting, council, I believe, gave direction to allow PD to use discretion in enforcing the parking in the alleys. Our report says that we agreed to leave it at status quo. And I think it's important distinction because we did try to do something. And the way the rules were written, it really just wasn't possible for PD to enforce anything. So I know that it was looked at, and we tried to come up with a way to be able to make this work without creating a new ordinance, and it just didn't work. On paragraph 3B, I do have some concerns. We talk about needing 80% of the residents of the abutting that abut the alley, but there's no real clarification as to what that area is. I think it might need to be spelled out. Is that 80% of an entire block, or 80% of a number of homes? Because for the most part, if you had two neighbors that were back to back and they both agreed, you know, you're going to get 100% agreement on what to do. So
I think not to interrupt, I'm sorry.
Okay.
But I think a reasonable expectation is if we have a block from street to street, and if an alleyway is obviously right, so we'll take the alley right behind City Hall and the police station, Vista Bonita. So the 100 block of South Vista Bonita, you know, from Carroll to Ada, Vista Bonita addresses touch that alley, and so do Glendora addresses. And so I think it's reasonable if one person in there on either side wants to entertain an exemption, and we assist that community member with the paperwork and the guidance of how they need to go and get 80%, and say there's 10 residences on one side and 10 on the other, making 20 residents, we would ask that they get 80% of those 20. Mr. Raymond, do you have any other information that you'd like to share on that kind of thought process? We're modeling it after the preferential parking, which is
right. And I think one of the bigger challenges here is there are many alleyway segments in the city, many of which are different in shapes and sizes and lengths. Some run east-west, some run north-south. The boundary in which those are, which can change, which is why we wrote segment or portion of the alley thereof. The thought process here is that in order to keep an open dialogue with the community and present the city council with options, that an individual would come to the city and ask what the exemption process is. That individual would get the time necessary to outline the requirements, even insofar as to pull up a map and show them, here would be the requirements on your alleyway segment. We have had, as the chief mentioned, individual homeowners, both through email and this evening, talk about a singular residence that has a potential challenge: no garage, no driveway, and only available street front parking. That is an unusual or a one-off exception that we've seen so far. However, generally our thought process here is that staff will work with the homeowners to try to delineate the segment that they're talking about.
Oh, okay, appreciate that. And then the other question I had is, do we need some language to spell out when there is an exemption, exactly what that parking looks like? If we decide to exempt a certain block, I would just want to make sure we're not going to have cars parked on both sides of an alley and no way to get through it. So I don't know if it's necessary to have that in there, or our current code would cover that they would have to leave enough space.
I think by our draft language, if an alley is determined by review to be exempt, and we bring it to council for adoption through a resolution process, it would automatically state that Section A would also be applicable, in the sense that if it's exempt, if we have an alley by way of restrictions or staff does things, that topic would be covered. There would have to be required a 10-foot minimum passing distance or width provided. Those alleys that are more narrow, the 15-footers, the east-westers, those right now people are not parking in those, except for quick drop-offs and such. The north-souths that are a little wider than 20 is where we're seeing a lot of parking. We're also seeing a lot of parking, and I failed to talk about this too. One of the questions that came up, and what staff will do is help community members. A lot of people have pads or portions of their property that run right up to the public alleyway, and that's where they're parking. And so we want to ensure that those people get a review, and we give them the thumbs up that they're okay where they are, because they're on their side of the property line, although it may appear they're in the alley.
Okay. Sorry, I appreciate that. You answered the other questions I had in your presentation. So thank you, Matt.
You're welcome.
And I would just add really quick to address another community concern we've had. Even if there was parking in the alley, they could not block access to another home. In addition to the 10 feet, they still couldn't block access to another home.
Thank you. Councilmember Friedendahl.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Matt, for a great report. One little nitpicky thing came up, and language has haunted us earlier in the evening, so I think we need to decide. I don't have a druther one way or the other. Are we seeking 80% of the property owner or the neighbors? I think we need to define that, because that we could have a tenant in there. And if our language isn't right, we may need to expand that check. So just to
Allison,
clarify.
I'm sorry, Councilmember. Hey, Allison, if you're on, can you talk a little bit about the preferential parking zones? Do we require, and I can't remember off the top of my head, the building owner or the resident?
The property owner.
Okay.
Just some consistency would probably be safe.
If you want to allow the resident to be a signer, then you may want to say the property owner would not request the exemption, but the resident would. That means 50% of those two individuals are signing the petition. You would never get to 80% threshold.
We do have in this specific language 80% of the owners of record for the residents.
Right, that's the way we wrote it, right.
Yeah, but then we talked neighbor in our presentation, so just want to standardize that. Okay, and understanding the parking permit process, I think that's very thorough, so that's good. Part of our discussion when we brought this up a couple of meetings ago involved stuff. Stuff in my mind is personal properties and trash cans, trash bins, things. And I know that there's already an ordinance in place for that, so we don't need to duplicate that. And I understand that we expect to do a reminder mailing to the same group of residents to help them be successful in that area. So
that is already underway and due to go out next month.
that's what I thought. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
And on refuse things, just as a future, if we get pressed into changing how our trash pickup is done. 10 feet may not work if we go to trucks that need greater distance, but I imagine we might need to address that the day it faces us. Beyond that, thank you for this effort and the work, and I think we should move on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Eloise?
Thank you, Mayor. Couple of things. The folks that were on the public comment earlier, would the exemption on Gladstone take care of those folks that you would know of?
No, that would require a staff review. Those, the callers were alluding to an alleyway section on the south side of Gladstone, which has no street front restrictions in place. It is true that they have no driveways in the front of their homes, but they don't have parking restrictions in place. So we would we would make contact with them. We have correspondence with 2 homeowners in that block.
Yeah.
And we're going to make contact with them and follow up and do an assessment for them.
Okay, because it sounded like where they were talking, they couldn't park on the street, so maybe I understood it incorrectly.
They can park on the street. I think Gladstone is another one of those roads where it is fast traffic, and 4 lanes of travel. And I think the preference for them is not to. There is an alleyway that runs behind a very small segment closer to Willow Elementary School, which I believe is the area in question.
And just to clarify too, just having driven that block, many of those homes there, both on the north side of the alley and the south side of the alley, do have those portions of their own property that abut the alley, which people can park on lawfully and not be in violation of this new municipal code. So staff will go out, review, show people where the lines are, and proceed from there.
Okay. I too have some issues with item 3B that was not in the original motion made. It was an addition by staff. What particularly I'm concerned with is where it says or portion thereof. Because if you have, let's say, a block with an alley in there and you have however you want to calculate this, because I didn't understand, it doesn't really clarify that your calculation that you had, that you could have maybe some folks in the center get enough votes and actually block the center of it or the end of it. Maybe you can expand a little bit on that, since it's not clear here. It says 80% of owners of record and residents such alley or portion thereof, except for item A above, which makes sense. So the portion of it, I'm having a real issue with.
So let me give you the lawyer's response to that. Let's use Councilmember Boyer's hypothetical. Two property owners in the middle of the alleyway come in and petition for an exemption and have 100% signatures on the petition. The 100%, the signature requirement is the threshold requirement. You don't get that, you don't move off of go. But once you've moved off of go, then you got to go to the Traffic Safety Committee. And if it looks like a couple of people are trying to game the system, they're not going to get a recommendation from the Traffic Safety Commission to this council. And if it comes to the council with a negative recommendation, hopefully all of you will see the way the system's being gamed and will deny the exemption. But as I think it was the city manager pointed out, there may be a circumstance where one single home might be entitled to a single home exemption under unique circumstances. So, if we were to go back and amend the ordinance and say it has to be at least a block to block, we may be eliminating those special circumstances in an effort to try to prevent a couple of people or 3 or 4 people from gaming the system. I just think if, to use Councilmember Boyer's hypothetical, that's never going to make it through Traffic Safety Committee. And if it does and comes to you, it's never going to get approved. So that's why I don't see, as a lawyer, the need to create a minimum geographic area.
So this would never be obviously approved on east-west. That's only about 15 feet wide because it would never qualify under option on 3A.
Right.
Generally, unless you have a private residence setback that's like 4 feet
Right, unless
setback,
you got a pad
individuals
you can
1
support.
foot in the public right of way.
Right.
Okay, so again, why did we come up with the wording of portion? I know you tried to just explain it. I just don't, I believe that's going to create issues.
It's lawyers' weasel language.
I know that.
To be bluntly honest with you. And
Yeah, it's
why is-
loopholes.
Why is lawyers' weasel language appropriate? Because we cannot draft an ordinance that anticipates every conceivable application. And
Yeah, and Councilman, I would just add that similar to other preferential parking zone treatment, the reason that was added was to be consistent in how we handle these type of parking restrictions citywide, in addition to creating an avenue where the city staff can still be responsive to the community. We may find ourselves in a position where council enacts or approves development that has on parking standards, or there comes a circumstance through any other reason where we need to move quickly. Is it, if I can help get some clarification, is the concern the portion, or is there a concern there's a process for it to come back to council?
No, because it's pretty clear. It says we may approve, but they have to have 80%. What I don't care for is the calculation of the 80% in the portion. I think that makes things more cumbersome, and I know that's a loophole, and I don't care for that loophole.
So again, that's within the sound discretion of the council. If you want to require a minimum distance that would be eligible for signature gathering, we'll amend the ordinance to do that.
And I would just add that the alley segments are varying lengths and not unique.
Right, so, right now, as it is right now, the residents can come back and they can petition us like there was before, and we can make changes and bring it forward and things of that nature. And that's already, you can do that, and we can choose whether to act on it or not, correct?
That's not the current process.
No, it's not a process, but that's representation of your community. So they can come back and ask us to do something. This is how we got to where we're at right now.
I think the intention is to be able to come back and allow a change to be immediately instead of a municipal code change, which could take 30 to 90 days.
Well, we would still have to make a change because if it comes back to council, we still would have to vote on it, correct?
No, you do it by resolution. You
Right,
implement
but we still have to come in front of council and council would have to vote on it, correct?
Under the current draft of the ordinance, that's correct.
And how long would it take to go into effect if we vote on it at that point in time? Immediately?
Yes.
So it's not 2 readings.
Right.
If it was an ordinance change, you'd have a first reading, second reading, and 30 days later it would become effective.
Okay, so we could hypothetically leave option B in there and remove the word portion.
Well, let's look at the language. Can
Portion
somebody
is
bring that-
allowing for that flexibility without us having to spell out every possibility. So I don't see it as an issue.
So let's see the draft language. Okay.
It's where that portion could be within an alley segment.
Yeah, but you have to enter an alley by segment. This has
Correct. Correct. So it's a portion of that segment of the alley is what I have my concern.
So you would want subsection B to read, the city council may, comma, by resolution at a regularly noticed public meeting, comma, exempt city alleys subject to subsection A above, and delete or portions thereof.
Correct.
The reason we use portion is alleys go between streets. So alley segments would be the portion. So above Leodora Avenue, you have an alley that runs, and you also have some that run perpendicular to it, but they are not the same length. So the portion is distinctly between streets.
But what is your concern with portion? What are you trying to?
Would alley instead of portion, would you prefer segment? Would that?
Correct. That would be more preferable. Yes.
Is there a definition of what constitutes an alley segment?
Between streets?
There's no definition in the ordinance of that, so that's as vague as what we have right now.
It couldn't be between streets?
Some alleys dead end.
I think if you
should
delete
allow
all
us for
portions
what was
thereof, you could
described.
still apply for a portion of an alley. It's city alleys. It actually, actually deleting or portions thereof would actually give an applicant greater discretion, in my opinion. Because you can exempt a city alley. Well, how much of a city alley? Well, it doesn't say. Okay,
It's a
well, how
city,
much do you want?
it's an alley. Okay.
It's council's call.
Do you have other questions, or can we go on to Councilmember Thompson?
I have no other questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Thompson?
Well, I'm not going to be as energetic and as positive as everyone else has been. I am going to support this, but I think it's overreach. It's not supported by the facts that I've heard, both from police and fire and Athens, and even 982 people. I think it's overreach. I think it's silly that the council is going to be consumed with petty sort of issues such as this during a council meeting. Our city staff do things every day that are far more serious and impactful than us having to take 20 minutes of a council meeting to vote up or down whether this is legal or not. We are a policy making board. We should make a policy, which we're going to do, which is unfortunate in my view, but we should allow staff to operate within the policy as they do 1,000 other things. Lastly, I hope that the spirit of, exemptions is aired on. We just heard tonight of how this law is going to hurt unintended people. And although I'm going to support it, that's how I feel. So that's all.
Well, to that point, it's an excellent point. Do we have to manage it by resolution adjustment, or can staff make the call and implement it?
My personal opinion is, as I said, council is a policy making board. We make the policy, staff will execute that. They do that in building inspections. The police do it 24 hours a day. We do it on probably 20 other things. And yet we're going to be consumed every month looking at parking exemptions for, alley. When this whole thing started with two adults that couldn't get along. And now we're making a law that affects close to 1,000 people. It just boggles my mind that we've just spent now about a half hour on this. But I certainly would say that the council doesn't have to see all of these things. But that's only my
agreement was with you, and my question, I'm sorry, wasn't to you. It was actually
no. I understand.
If you want to change the approval process, we're going to have to revise the ordinance and bring it back to you. Because as written, it goes through Traffic Safety Committee and it ends up in your lap. And I guess our reaction is we'd rather have the neighbors be mad at you guys rather than us.
Could this be a consent calendar item?
Sure.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Actually, Bill, this is an ordinance. It will have to come back as a new item.
No.
I meant the approval of the
question is, would an
exemptions.
exemption resolution come forward after going through the Traffic Safety Committee as a consent calendar item? And the answer is yes, it could.
Yes.
Well, I call for the motion or a.
I'd like to move that we accept the ordinance as presented.
Well, what we'd prefer is a motion to adopt staff's recommendation.
Okay.
Then the city clerk will read the ordinance by title.
I move that we accept the ordinance as presented.
Is there a second?
Ordinance
I'll
and resolution, please.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion to adopt a city council resolution entitled "A Resolution Approving and Adopting Alleyway Parking Exemptions Pursuant to Glendora Municipal Code, Section 10.12.100B and 2, introduced for first reading, and ordinance 2061 entitled an ordinance adding section 10.2.100 to chapter 10.12, stopping, standing, and parking of Title 10 Vehicles and Traffic to the Glendora Municipal Code to regulate and prohibit parking in alleyways by reading of the title only and by waiving further reading. I'll call for a roll call vote. Councilmember Elowis,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Right, that,
Mayor Davis, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
oh, I said yes. I'm sorry. I was waiting for you to say the final vote. I was like, okay, is that 5?
Yeah, motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir? Oh. All right, that takes us to our next item, first reading and introduction of an ordinance changing the date of the city's general municipal election from the first Tuesday after the first Monday in March of even numbered years to the date of the statewide primary election and even numbered years in response to Senate Bill 970, adjusting terms in office accordingly and repealing ordinance 2029. Ms. Sussman to report.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. I'm going to try and make this report nice and sweet and short. Tonight, we're here to start the process of making a change to the Glendora election date to align with recent changes approved by the California legislators. And as most of you know, there have been several amendments in the last couple of years. I'm going to provide a very brief overview. The first was in 2015 with Senate Bill 415, which required the city to consolidate its elections. At that time, after much discussion, the Glendora City Council approved an ordinance that changed Glendora's municipal election date to the statewide primary in March of even years beginning 2020 and adjusted council terms in office accordingly. Subsequently, the legislators also then adopted Senate Bill 970 and that law states that in 2022, the statewide primary election will be held in June of the years without a presidential election and March of years with a presidential election. Now, what does this mean for Glendora? Well, what it means is that Glendora's general election will be held in June of 2022 and then in March of 2024 and accordingly thereafter. It would require separate election timelines because of the March, June, I don't even know how you put it other than the timeline, which could be very confusing, not only to setting up procedures and policies, but also for the public and those interested in running for office. It also will create challenges when we go to addressing the timing of the city's mayoral selection and reorganization. And there's also no guarantee, as we've seen throughout the last couple of years, that additional changes might not come down in the future from the legislator. Now, to align with the recent amendments from 970, Senate Bill 970, it is necessary to extend the terms of office of incumbents that would have been scheduled for election in March 2022. To assist with this issue, the legislators actually adopted back in July 2021 Senate Bill 590, which authorized the extension of these terms to the statewide primary, and if necessary, it as a necessary fix to the situation that they created with Senate Bill 970. The proposed ordinance that was attached to your staff report would change the date Glendora's election date to the statewide primary election in even years. You will note that there's no specific date associated with it, just because the dates keep changing. So we're just literally listing it as the statewide primary to avoid any future impacts that might have. And this all begins in 2022. The staff report outlines the next steps of the changing the election date process. I'll provide a brief run through. Basically, we will introduce the ordinance if council decides to move forward with introducing the ordinance tonight. The second reading will occur on the 14th of September. Once that is adopted, I will transmit a copy of the ordinance to the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors and the Election Division for Los Angeles County for their approval. Once they have approved it, then a notice will be mailed out to all the voters in Glendora, letting them know of the election date. It is estimated, that notification is estimated to cost for printing and mailing approximately $15,000 based on the estimate we received from the county. I am available to answer any of your questions. Currently, staff's recommendation is to introduce for first reading an ordinance entitled "An Ordinance Changing the Date of the City's Glendora Municipal Election from the first Tuesday after the first Monday in March of even years to the date of the statewide primary in even years in response to Senate Bill 970, adjusting terms of office accordingly and repealing Ordinance 2029 by reading of title only and waiving further reading, and authorize the Administrative Services Director to make the necessary budget adjustments to allocate general fund budget contingency to the elections account in an amount of $15,000.
Thank you for that, and thank you for your ongoing patience as things continue to change at the state and the county level. Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
Called on me first, huh?
Yes, just to make sure everybody's still awake.
This is so stupid. That Kathleen, you can't even figure out how to explain it to us. I hate to say it, but just to cut to the chase, Sacramento continues to make decisions that make no sense whatsoever, and they do not take into consideration how it affects the rest of the people in the state of California. So I would support us moving our Glendora municipal elections to November to coincide with the general election, because Sacramento cannot change the general election. That is by federal statute, and it has been since 1845, and they can't mess with it. So that will be my recommendation, and I'll be curious to see what anybody else has to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Thompson.
I agree.
Which part do you agree
You
with?
agree that
Well,
Sacramento
I
is
agree that
freezing up?
Sacramento
Is
is
that what you agree?
stupid, and I agree with, well, you asked the question you shouldn't have asked.
Well, this
And
have a
I
10:30
agree to
curfew.
move the election to November, as Gary said.
Thank you. Councilmember Friedendahl.
I agree. There's no way we could communicate this complication. Move it to November and be done.
Councilmember Alawas.
I'm fine either way. The only concern I have is the noise that's created in November, even though that the local elections are up first. We had discussed that before, but I'm fine either way. November's fine.
Okay. So Mayor Pro Tem, are you making a motion?
Sure, if there's no other discussion, I would like to make a motion that we move the Glendora general election to coincide with the general election that takes place the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November of whatever year it is. And in accordance with that, I would also move that we change the reorganization of the council and our assignments to the, what is it, the first council meeting after the certification of the election. Is that clear?
Yes, so let me just provide you, just so we could move forward. Your motion is to move forward with submitting a request to Los Angeles County to change Glendora's election date from March 2022 to November 2022 by introducing for first reading an ordinance changing the date of the city's general municipal election from the first Tuesday after the first Monday in March of even years to the date of the statewide general election in even years in response to Senate Bill 970, adjusting the terms accordingly and repealing ordinance 2029 by reading of title only and waiving further reading. 2, authorize the Administrative Services Director to make the necessary budgetary adjustments to allocate the general fund budgeting contingency to the election account in the amount of $15,000 and direct staff to move forward with changing the reorganization and appointments to regional to occur at the first meeting following the election results.
The election certification.
So this current mayorship will last a year and a half, correct?
Correct. Well,
yes.
Well, congratulations, Karen. You're, going to get your, extra pay.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Gary Boyer and a second by Councilmember Friedendahl. I will conduct a roll call vote. Councilmember Alowis.
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, now Karen,
Yes, sir.
you better get us back to normal by the end of the time that you're done being mayor.
That was the job of the Mayor Pro Tem.
We're giving you extra time just to do this.
Thank you. All right, that takes us to member staff closing comments. Any council members that have any closing comments?
Oh, thank you.
No, thank you.
No.
Mr. Raymond and Mr. Winder, any comments that you need to make? this evening?
I'm off to the Canadian Rockies tomorrow, so I'll be back the Saturday of the Labor Day weekend. But we don't have any council meetings, so I may miss a staff meeting. I'll get my assistant to cover that. So
Well, safe travel.
thank you.
Mr. Raymond?
No, everyone who's still watching, happy first day at school at Glendora Unified. I know my kids are supposedly in bed and getting ready for their first day, so excited to see them back in school, which is a nice change. While not perfect, still welcome change.
Right. Very true. Ms. Sussman or Chief Egan, anybody else have any comments before we close?
No, thank you, Mayor. I'm good.
Okay, thank
I'm
you.
good.
Well, then we adjourn this meeting at 11:06